It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com/radio.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
I'm not audible. If I'm audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey! Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Come out!
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. Hey Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. Go with your best receiver out of the game. From the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown!
Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record.
Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer, and Janis does not stop it. Oh, please.
KIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
Baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Hey Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Remember, if for any reason you must leave your radio, please have the man at the door stamp your ear so you can listen again later.
The Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live, covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
You come at the king, you best not miss.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here! Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Chop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey! Short Ox! Luda Raiders! Rick Ryan! Omaha! How about?
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. Nearly 1 million small businesses use Stamps.com to save time and money. It's a no-brainer. So skip the post office and visit Stamps.com.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. Hey Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, you want a challenge? Try this one. So with your best receiver out of the game from the 35, 19 seconds left. Ball pumps, throws, touchdown! His
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown, and there's number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer, and Janis does not stop it. Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend.
You're listening to CBS Sports Radio. We are all sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Strong opinions and your phone calls. Expect it here. CBS Sports Radio.
Baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
You're in Braves country.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground.
Good afternoon, Braves fans. Getting you set for the final spring training broadcast that we will do here for 2022. Braves versus the Tampa Bay Rays. And opening day is Thursday, 8:08 Eastern time against the Cincinnati Reds. We will have opening day here for you on Braves Country Baseball, live from Port Charlotte, Florida, Tampa Bay being the host team. And what we're going to talk about today is some preseason predictions and where we're going with everything. So first and foremost, the Braves are going to try to do something that no other team's been able to do in 22 years, and that is to win back-to-back World Series. Last team to do it was the 2000 Yankees, and then they tried to go for the three-peat, and Arizona knocked them off in 2001. Of course, that was the infamous Diamondbacks seventh inning walk-off shot by Luis Gonzalez. And of course that was during 9/11 and all the stuff that was going on for the city of New York City and everything going on in the country. So it's been that long, 2000, and here we are in 2022. So Atlanta, the biggest obstacle that I see with Atlanta obviously is who becomes the clubhouse leader. We all know it was Freddie Freeman. He moved on. He signed his 6-year deal to go to the LA Dodgers. He made his decision, turned down a 5-year deal from the Braves. And we can go back and forth on the numbers and how his agent did a terrible job. And realistically, Freddie would end up making less money in the long run. But that's neither here nor there. He signed the dotted line. He's gone. And Atlanta has brought in Matt Olson. And we have high hopes for him. And signed an 8, what is realistically a 9-year deal with Matt Olson, and kid from the Atlanta area. played high school baseball in the Atlanta area, broke some records from his high school that were actually owned by Jeff Francoeur. So there's a lot of excitement there. And when you look at what the lineup's going to look like, you look at what the day in and day out in April, you're obviously going to have Darnode behind the plate. Around the horn, it'll be Riley, Swanson, Albies, and Olson. And then in the outfield, in left field, most days it's going to be Ozuna. Most days in center field, you're going to have Adam Duvall. And in right field, it'll be Eddie Rosario. And then the designator hitter role, I think they'll mix and match that. Alex Dickerson will play a part in that against righties, against lefties. We'll see what the final designations are, but there's a lot of different options. But they're kind of manning the fort until Acuna can get back, and when Acuna gets healthy, the hope is that he's going to be able to play not just DH but also play right field by May. And so at that point, you're going to have Acuna in right, Duvall in center, and Rosario in left in a perfect world on most days. And Ozuna will resume DH duties. And when that happens, you're then going to have some other options that you can do, but there will be days with the DH that you can get guys like Olson, like Riley, even the younger, smaller guys like the Ozzy Albies of the world. You can get them the day off and still keep their bat in the lineup. And so there's been questions on why Orlando Arcia is most likely going to make the team. Well, he signed a 2-year deal in the offseason. And I didn't think it was a very bright move by the Braves to sign him, but they liked him. He has done nothing since he came to Atlanta. He's done nothing realistically in the spring. He has struggled, but hopefully that changes. And you see, we saw some glimpses here and there the last couple of days. It makes you think that maybe it could change, but realistically, what happened in 2021 is that he went to the minors, impressed in the minors. When he came up to the majors, didn't do anything. But is this a guy that's going to be able to produce off the bench? Because he's not going to get starts typically. Now, he might get some right-handed DH starts when they go up against a left-handed pitcher. It's a difficult thing to sit on the pine day after day after day and then ask to come into action either with a pinch hit or as a DH on certain days. So there's a lot of questions there, and they'll obviously start piecing together the starting rotation. But today will be a good litmus test because I expect we'll see the starters play a decent amount today. It'll really depend on the aches and pains, and you still have one more game tomorrow, and that game is going to be against the Rays as well. And so you wonder if you're going to see many players play in that game, because 2 days from then is opening day in Atlanta. And that game is now 8:08 Eastern. They moved it from 7:20 because they're going to put the A-Rod crew on the mic for ESPN2. And so with all that being said, and if you're wondering why they're not on ESPN, it's because ESPN had already something lined up pre-lockout, pre-posting of the opening day. Remember, opening day was supposed to be last Thursday. Well, something called the Masters is going to be going on Thursday, and ESPN's got the coverage, and that obviously brings a lot of eyes. So at first they didn't even know if there was going to be a game on ESPN as a national game. And then they finally decided, I don't really understand why they felt like that they should start the game at 8 Eastern, but they did what they did. I feel like 7:20 it flows better, but that's neither here nor there. You typically don't get 8 o'clock Eastern games in Major League Baseball for East Coast teams. Typically it's around 7. The Braves have traditionally gone at 7:20 over the last few years. And so we're going to get an 8:08 first pitch. And so we will have the broadcast. So if you want to join in the fun, We're going to have some guys join me on that opening day. They won't typically be on the Braves broadcast. Tuesdays and Fridays will be our Braves broadcast, and I will typically do that solo until we work something else out. But Thursdays, we're going to do the game of the week, and the game of the week will be Tones Areola, Steven Trosh, and I, and we're going to have some fun with from the fantasy side of it. We're going to be picking games. Typically, it won't be the Atlanta Braves. They just happen to be the only game in that time slot on opening day, and it's also the defending World Series champions at home, unveiling of the banner, the whole 9 yards. So we definitely wanted to be there for that. So it's going to be a lot of fun this year, but let's get into some predictions on where I believe we're going to see we're going to go against win rates today. Look at some of the predictions. And there's so many of these that you can go off of. There's the Pacoda, there's the casinos, there's the fan graphs, et cetera, et cetera. And then there was a 6-person panel for the USA Today that put theirs out as well. And so you've got a lot of these that you could realistically go off of. And I'm going to grab a few of them and we'll kind of go from there. So essentially I'm going to be referring to the 6-person panel USA Today one. I like the fact they had 6 experts kind of get together and vote and whatnot, and then they kind of went from there. But then I also have the updated Pacoda standings. Pacoda's been doing this for years, but they're all, to me, they're always pretty off, and it's interesting to compare the two, right? So that's just basically what I'll be doing here. We're going to be doing the National League, and then I'll just kind of touch the American League. Don't want to do a whole lot of American League because just don't have enough time, and we got first pitch coming. So the thing that jumps out at you with the Pacoda standings compared to the USA Today's, so I'll just be calling it USA going forward. USA has Toronto at 92 wins, Tampa 91, New York at 88. If you go over to Pacoda, you've got New York at 98.6, so essentially 99 wins. Toronto at 91. Boston at 85 and Tampa Bay down at 84. They always have Tampa wildly low. We all know that Tampa finds ways to win, and they do it with smoke and mirrors, and we can never figure out how they're doing it, but they do it, and they do it well, and I find that interesting. But just going over that real quick, that's one of the first ones that just kind of jumps out at me that I'm like, man, are they in a different stratosphere when it comes to the AL East? I think the writers are much closer to reality, not necessarily knowing who's going to win the division, but I think the winner is going to be in the low 90s, not 99 wins. For the Yankees to get 99 wins, they would have to dominate their division, and I don't see that happening. Boston's scrappy. The Rays are the Rays, and they're not going away. Even with their injuries to their pitching staff, they've kind of pieced it together, and they'll bullpen you to death. And then Toronto is one of the best up-and-coming young teams there is. I just think it's going to be grueling all year long in that East. Baltimore is far from where they need to be. And USA Today, by the way, has them at 59 and Pacoda 61. So it's not that far off. But anyways, let's go to the National League. Let's talk about the West first, how the West will be won. I believe it's going to be the Dodgers. I know many in Braves country, including myself, are not Dodger fans. I've been a Braves fan. I think the first year, when I go back and think about when I first started watching Major League Baseball and consuming it and understanding it, I was a young child. 1982 is how far I go back. So that was the year that they won the division, and they lost to the Cardinals in the NLCS. Back then, you only had 2 teams. And so that's what I remember the most, going all the way back to that. But what I remember in the 80s more than anything else, when people ask me, who do you view as the Braves' biggest rivalry? It's still the LA Dodgers to me. Now, I would say younger generations are going to say, no, it's the Phillies. No, it's the Nationals. No, it's the Mets. If you're going to be sucked into if you're, what do they call it? Prisoner of the moment guy. I think prisoner of the moment guy would be arguing back and forth whether it's the Phillies or the Mets, because the Nationals are going to be pretty basic this year. I don't think they're going to be a very good baseball team. They don't even know what they're going to get out of Strasburg. We'll get to the East in a second, but the Dodgers, they've put together an incredible roster. They're in a pretty easy division. They've got to worry about the scrappy Giants, and the Giants have almost become Tampa Bay West at this point, because they've got a team that when you look at it, you think to yourself, I don't know how they're going to score runs. And yet they did fine last year, and they brought most of the team back. Now they've got some injuries, but nothing that's going to devastate that offense. And of course, Buster Posey retired. But I think San Francisco's scrappy, and I think they're a good team. And the biggest thing is I think they've got really good pitching. And so I've got San Francisco number 2 in that division. San Diego, I believe, is the 3rd best team. And then there's a huge drop-off. Now, San Diego is going to be missing Fernando Tatis for probably about 3 months is the indication. And with that and some of the other things that I have questions with their entire roster, mainly how solid and how consistent the pitching is going to be, I'm kind of on the feeling that it's a 2-dog race between the Giants and Dodgers, and San Diego is going to be pulling up the rear trying to fight out for a wild card. I do believe that whoever doesn't win the West, whether it's the Dodgers or the Giants, I do believe the other team will get the wild card, because I think they have San Francisco projected at 87 wins on USA. On Pacoda, it's 77.8. 77.8. A team that won, I believe it was either 106 or 107. It was somewhere in that neighborhood last year. So essentially what you're telling me is a roster that's going to be pretty darn close. They lost Gausman, but they replaced it with Carlos Rodon, who's no slouch. And I think that's at worst, that's an even Steven trade. It was a free agent signings, but you get my drift when I say trade. It's a trade-off. But what that is really telling you is that Pacoda and USA, they both believe that San Francisco was nothing but smoke and mirrors. That's what a lot of people believe, is that it was luck. That, first of all, I don't believe in luck in a 162 game season in any sport, especially baseball. I think San Francisco is a damn good baseball team, and I think they're going to give everybody a run for their money, including the Dodgers. But I do think the Dodgers are just so deep. They go out there and they make the trade for Kimbrel over the weekend. This team is just loaded. And so I do believe that the Dodgers are going to win that division, probably by about 5 games. And I don't think either one of them is going to hit the 105, 106 mark, because I don't think it's going to take that to win the division. And remember, LA and San Fran down the stretch, the last few weeks, they were fighting it out tooth and nail on who would win the division and who would get stuck in that 1-game wild card, which, by the way, St. Louis almost pulled off the upset. So for good reason, you were fighting to get out of that 1-game play. And first of all, this year, I don't think you're going to have that issue. If you don't get into the division championship and you're the best team in the wild card rankings, you're going to host the first round. And it's a 3-game series. It's no longer a 1-game play-in where anything can go wrong. So that's a huge deal. That's going to affect everything in Major League Baseball. You're not going to have teams competing down the stretch that have really good records to care that much if they are a wild card or if they are not a wild card. As long as you're not the road team, it's not going to really matter to you. So outside of that, Arizona and Colorado are going to pull up the rear. I think Arizona's the better roster. So I'll take Arizona at number 4, Colorado number 5. Neither one of it realistically matters. Arizona, remember, had that terrible losing streak, and they didn't even win 60 games this year. They'll get over the 60 games. I think it'll be between them and Baltimore, who has the worst record in baseball. And Colorado's got some interesting pieces that they've brought in the offseason, but it's just not enough to compete. You go to the Central, and most have Milwaukee winning, and they've got Milwaukee winning pretty comfortably. I think the St. Louis Cardinals have a real chance of unseating them. I understand that Milwaukee has arguably the best pitching staff top to bottom in the National League, but their offense struggles. It's what got them in the Braves series last year. They couldn't get any runs going. Now, they addressed it to a degree. They brought in some interesting pieces. They brought in Hunter Renfroe. But I don't think it's going to be enough to make that an offensive juggernaut. Now, they don't need a whole lot of offense. They're kind of like Tampa in the fact that, I know I mentioned San Fran being Tampa West, but really Milwaukee is Tampa Midwest because they will bullpen you to death. They find enough ways to score. But I like St. Louis. It's more of the nostalgia of this is the last run of Pujols, Waino, and Yachty. They're all going to finish. This will be their last year. Yachty and Molina, Yachty and Wainwright have both said so. I assume it's going to be Pujols' last year, and I'd be shocked if it wasn't. By the way, what a great Hall of Fame class that will be when they all retire 5 years later. Cooperstown's going to be decked out in red. But I think St. Louis is going to give them a real fight. And I'm going to go ahead and side with the Cardinals to barely beat out Milwaukee. I think the Cubs will compete. I think they will be, no matter what Bakota standings are telling you, I believe they're going to be much better than the Reds. The Reds right now in the Bakota standings have the Reds 79 and Chicago 72 wins. USA has Chicago 75 and Cincinnati 72. I think that's more realistic. I think Cincinnati had a fire sale, and they're giving some of these guys way too much credit. And I also believe the Bakota has not taken into consideration the injuries that are on the Cincinnati Reds roster. 3 of their starting 5 are beginning the year on the IL. Castillo, they hope to have sometime in late April, early May. Wade Miley, they just put him on the IL, and he's an innings eater, if nothing else. And so you're going to be leaning on guys like Hunter Green. They still have Tyler Mahle, and that's great, but is he going to be there at the trading deadline? They'll probably move him, let's be honest. So that's how I like the division. I think Chicago will be good enough to keep the fans somewhat interested through most of the summer, and then you'll see them tail off and probably be sellers at the deadline and won't make the competitive moves that their fans will want to see. And it'll be interesting because you got the extra wild card now, and they're not playing games. So will teams be more aggressive? But that's how I see the National League Central. Pittsburgh and Cincinnati pulling up the rear. I think Pittsburgh's probably last place, but they've got some young, fun talent. Keep an eye on them. And now we go to the National League East. I'm going to take the Atlanta Braves to win the division. To be the man, you got to beat the man. And I haven't seen anything, no matter, even prior to this injury news with the Mets, I have not seen anything in the offseason that tells me that the Mets or the Phillies are ready to take over the division. And I think it's a real concern in Philadelphia that they don't have defense. They went out, they've got some pretty good starting pitching. A lot of it really comes down to how good will Gibson be the second go around going into the NL. He was terrible at the trade deadline, but he gets a fresh start this year. Kind of expect him to pitch much better than what he did in the last half of the year. And then Aaron Nola, what are you going to get out of Aaron Nola? Aaron Nola should be leaps and bounds the number 2 on that team, but he's kind of been a 3-ish. So there's a lot of question marks with that. And I can't pick a team to do very well to win a division if I'm concerned about their starting pitching depth. I believe their bullpen got better. I just don't think it was astronomically better. They should have went out and got Kimbrel in the trade. That's what they should have done. I hated to see Kimbrel go to the Dodgers because now you've got Kimbrel and Freddie Freeman as a Dodger. It just seems sacrilegious to me at this point. The big scheme of it, it's better to have Kimbrel over in the West where we're going to play the Dodgers, 6 games the entire year, not counting the playoffs, as opposed to having going up against Kimbrel 19 times with the Phillies. So I would have been more inclined to say Philly had a decent puncher's chance of winning the division if they would have gotten a real closer. They don't really have a real closer. And so they're going to struggle with that issue. And that's a big deal, especially with a team that added a lot of bats, and they're going to be fun to watch. Philadelphia fans are going to love watching this team because of the offense, but their defense is going to be one of the worst in Major League Baseball. If you look at all the statistics across the board, the players that are going to be hitting the field to play defense for the Philadelphia Phillies, it's going to be damn near a joke. And they're going to try to do, I'm sure what they're thinking is we're going to shift enough that it's not going to matter. I still think defense matters. You've got some good hitters throughout that lineup, but Bryce Harper and JT Realmuto are the only 2 guys on that field that would have a realistic chance at a Gold Glove. The rest of them won't even be top 10 votes. So now we go to the Mets, and what do we think of the Mets? Well, this DeGrom thing concerns me if I'm a Mets fan. DeGrom, in best case scenario, he pitches in June. So you're already losing that. And I know they're out there making moves, trying to patch that hole. You cannot do anything at this point in the season to make up for the fact that Jacob DeGrom is out of your lineup. And then Max Scherzer missed his start on the weekend. He's got the hamstring tweak. He says it's not that big a deal, but he may not go to the post on opening day. And so you went from, this is the best pitching staff in the National League, and people were just ranking above and beyond everybody else, which I didn't believe with that. I believe they had the best 2, but they're both aging pitchers. People forget DeGrom will be 34 this year because he got a late start because they converted him to a pitcher, and he had Tommy John in 2012. So he had a late start to his career. Okay. And then Max Scherzer, he's going to be 38 in July. He had dead arm last year, remember, against the Braves. I know we all do in the playoffs. He couldn't go to the post. Was it game 4 or game 5? Neither one. He couldn't go to the post because he had dead arm. Now, I blame that on his manager, but are there going to be lingering effects? I think there will be. So I've got the Braves winning the division. I'm going to take the Phillies at number 2. I think they finished second. If these injuries hadn't happened, and you have asked me this a week ago, look, we did our TGI Friday show a few days ago, and I stated it then. I had originally put the New York Mets at number 2, but that news broke about DeGrom that day, and I ripped them off, and I put the Phillies at number 2. So that's how I see it. I still think the Mets are going to be better than Miami and better than Washington. I think Washington is going to be the bottom of the division, and it'll be interesting to see if they can pull off making Juan Soto happy long term with the team that they've got in there right now. They don't even know what they're going to get out of Strasburg this year. So the whole thing's a mess, and they basically ripped it down, and they're rebuilding it, and the Nationals will be really good. And maybe not 2023, but I believe 2024, they're going to be a really, really good baseball team. I still think they're 2 years away because they have some guys that they're going to try to develop it. And then at that point, you'll see the Nationals involved in free agency. You know, they did things like they signed Nelson Cruz to that 1-year deal And a lot of people were like, why in the world would they want to sign Nelson Cruz? The bigger question is, why would Nelson Cruz want to play for them? Well, he's obviously wants to go where he can get the most at bats, because Nelson Cruz wants to play 2 more years. Because if Nelson Cruz plays 2 more years, he's going to hit the 500 mark. If he hits the 500 mark in home runs, Nelson Cruz is going to be serious consideration for the Hall of Fame. Right now, if he retires, there's no way. Now, he had the PED scandal, so you never know how that's going to go. But why did Washington bring him in? Because they're going to trade him at the deadline if they can. If he's having a good year, they're going to trade him at the deadline and get more prospects. But they have some good players. Carter Kieboom, if you're not familiar with him, phenomenal player. I believe Josiah Gray, and he was the main piece that came over in the Scherzer trade from last year. I think he's going to be a very good starting pitcher. They've got some good young players, and they're going to develop them. But right now, I think Washington's just going to be the worst. Playoffs, real quick. So I obviously have Braves, Cardinals, and Dodgers winning the division. I think the wild card is going to be San Francisco. I think Milwaukee will find its way in. And I was on the fence, basically back and forth between San Diego and Philadelphia. There's just something not in the San Diego DNA, and I don't know what it is, but it just doesn't feel like that they are a real contender for the playoffs. So I'm going to say that Joe Girardi finds a way to get the Phillies in there, and everyone will be happy in Philadelphia to make the playoffs. I won't go into depth, but real quick, I'll give you my picks in the American League. It was I had Tampa winning the East. I had the White Sox winning the Central, and I have the Seattle Mariners winning the West. I think they have a real chance with the youth that they have. There's some good players. Julio Rodriguez, keep that name in your mind. He's going to be one of the best young outfielders in baseball in the very, very near future. Wild cards, I still have to put the Astros in as a wild card until they prove me differently. I think the Astros, I think Verlander is going to come back and have a hell of a year. And I think they're going to be enough to be able to. And look, I know most people have them winning the division. I just feel like Seattle was really close last year. They didn't go all in. I think they will go all in this year at the trade deadline. In the East, I'm going to take a wild card with the Yankees. And then the last wild card, probably actually have them above the Yankees. I'm going to put the Toronto Blue Jays. So Toronto, Yankees, and Rays all make it in the playoffs in the East. The Central, it's just going to be the White Sox, and in the West, it'll be Seattle winning the division and Houston getting the wild card. The one team that I'll say keep an eye on, and they would be my dark horse in the American League, would be Minnesota. They have some really interesting pieces that they've added. I think their pitching is going to be good enough to compete. And then if you give me one team to say, watch out for that team in the East that I didn't put in the playoffs, obviously it would be the Mets, because if they can get the pitching figured out and keep these guys from missing a lot of games, I just have this feeling that DeGrom is going to pitch maybe 15 games this year, and that's going to hurt them immensely. And then what are you going to get out of Scherzer? If you want another team that I didn't put in the playoffs in the National League that may be more realistic, it's probably San Diego. Dark horses in the American League, I would say keep an eye on the Kansas City Royals. They've got some good young players coming up. Bobby Witt Jr., holy cow. Bobby Witt Jr. is going to be a phenom. He's my pick for Rookie of the Year. And in the National League, if you want to grab one team that you say, man, if things fell the right way, they could really compete. The Cubs are not going to be a bad team. I think the Cubs, they've got some exciting young players. Suzuki that they signed in the offseason, Stroman, they've got some exciting young players. And if they can get on a streak in Chicago, those fans will come out and support them. My World Series prediction, Atlanta Braves over the Toronto Blue Jays. I know I took Tampa to win the division, but the wild card isn't as crippling anymore. And Toronto, if they can be playing very good baseball at the end, they're going to have a hell of a home field advantage. And also, what teams will be affected if it's still a thing? What teams will be affected? They have to go in Toronto and play, and they don't have vaccinated players. That's a huge deal. Huge deal. So those are my predictions. And let's get ready for first pitch. As remember, Thursday, Braves versus the Reds, opening day, Thursday, 8:08 Eastern, first pitch. We are going to come on at 7 o'clock Eastern for our pregame show and get you ready for it all. We'll be talking the Masters. We'll be talking everything that happened in the world of baseball that day. Remember, it just falls this way because of the lockout. The first game of the day that day is Red Sox Yankees. How fun will that be? Let's get ready for first pitch, and hell, opening day's right around the corner.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the ground.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry,
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the job, baby. All throughout Braves country, pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Woo!
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Good afternoon, boys and girls, and welcome to Braves Country Baseball. Pull up a seat and crack you a cold one. I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be here with you for the next 9 innings of Atlanta Braves baseball. Atlanta Braves will be taking on the Tampa Bay Rays. Tampa Bay is sending Josh Fleming to the mound. They are the home team. Josh Fleming, big left-hander on the mound, and he's going to be facing the right-handed bats primarily of the Atlanta Braves. I do believe this is a lineup you will see pretty regularly in the beginning of the season, barring any kind of move made before opening day. And this is what it looks like right now. Leading off today will be Ozzie Albies playing second base. The switch hitting speedster will be at the top of the order, followed by first baseman Matt Olson from the left side of the plate. Third baseman Austin Riley is batting third from the right side of the plate. Marcell Ozuna batting cleanup, the big righty out in left field. And center fielder today is Adam Duvall from the right-hand side of the plate. Eddie Rosario playing right field from the left, Darnode catching, Swanson and Contreras DHing. Here's the first pitch from Fleming, and it's swung on by Ozzie, rolled over to the left side of the infield, fired over to first base, and quickly, one pitch, one out, Tampa Bay versus Atlanta. Overcast day down here in Florida. This will be the last day of our spring training broadcasts. Tomorrow's game, I believe it's going to be televised in a few spots. Here's the first pitch to Matt Olson, and it's inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The Braves are going to call up some minor leaguers to play the majority of that game. Here's the 1-0 pitch, swung on, fastball, grounded over the right-hand side. Easy play for second base, flip to first, and there's one away. Brandon Lau on the play. We've got essentially what the Braves roster is going to look like. We'll talk about that here in a second. Of course, all of this is barring any kind of injuries or any big moves that may be made, but they essentially have announced the starting roster. Austin Riley comes to the plate, the big right-hander. Here's the first pitch, swung on and drilled into left center field. Past the center fielder. He's going to corral before it gets to the wall, but not before Austin Riley trucks it into second base with a 2-out double. Austin Riley. Great piece of hitting. Great piece of hustle by Austin Riley. Kiermaier, if he doesn't cut that off, Riley's probably standing on third. He shot it back up the gap, and the wind and a little bit of a tailspin on the ball put it over into left center. Here's the first pitch to Marcell Ozuna, and swung on and ripped foul. It's 0-1. Thank you for joining us today on Braves Country Baseball. The Braves are getting ready for opening day on Thursday. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's in the dirt for ball one. Looked like the slider. Just getting going here. Braves nothing, Rays nothing. And here's the 1-1 pitch to Marcell Ozuna. It's a slide on the outside part of the plate, popped up high, can of corn over to second base. Lau grabs it and puts it away, and that'll end the Atlanta first. We head to the bottom of the first. The Rays grab the sticks. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
House cat flu is coming, people. The Center for Disease Disinformation predicts with some degree of probability that the house cat flu might spread in the following hypothetical outbreak pattern: mild thirst, occasional hunger, tiredness at night.
Are you pro or con against the bat flip? Just the overall celebration.
I'm right there in the middle. I'm not going to take either side. I'm more against it, I guess. But if a pitcher is going to be out there dancing and running his mouth, and you get a home run off him, I'm completely okay with a bat flip. Screw you, buddy.
Well, Well, I for one want to get a Papelbon jersey because anyone that chokes out Bryce Harper, man. I am Team Papelbon.
Armchair.
I hear these fools on TV talking about defund the police and things like that. We need police reform and prison reform and things like that. So that notion they keep saying that, I'm like, wait a minute, we just gonna leave, who are black people supposed to call Ghostbusters when we have crime in our neighborhoods?
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
The local paper did a 50-year anniversary thing, and there was a reprint of a game that he'd played in 1892, and it said Watts. His name was Fred Watts, shortstop, and he had 2 hits. And I thought, my grandfather played baseball in 1892. So it's part of existence. It's part of our heritage.
Welcome back here to Braves baseball. Ian Anderson is on the bump today for the Atlanta Braves. 24 starts last year with a 3.58 ERA. First pitch is over for a strike, and it's 0-1. Trying to get the screen set up for you. It's much more smoother during the regular season. During the preseason, spring training, it's hard to. Here's the first pitch to the 1-0 pitch to Lau, and he drops down a bunt. Ian Anderson stumbles off the mound to try to get the ball, kind of trips over his own shoelaces, and Lau's going to easily get in to first base, beating the shift with the drag bump to the left-hand side. Checking to see if Ian Anderson's okay. Does appear that he is okay. Of course, we remember the dreadful injury to Soroka a couple of years back when he came off the mound. It's the first thing that flashed into my mind. But back to the point, it's usually less clunky during the regular season and whatnot. Some of these sites, I'm trying to show you the box scores that goes along. Here's the first pitch to Arozarena. He pops it high into the shallow center field. Duvall's on it, and there's one away. So we'll find the best way to go ahead and do this in the very, very near future. I'm kind of flipping around on other sites to see the best one to show you, but regardless, one away, one on, and that'll bring up the switch hitting Wander Franco. Looking at the lineup today, Lau's batting first and leading off, playing second base. Arozarena, left field. He's batting second. Wander Franco, the switch hitting shortstop, and one of the top prospects in baseball, is batting third. G-Man Choi from the left-hand side of the plate in the designated hitter role. He's batting fourth. And then it's Yandy Diaz. Here's the first pitch to Franco, and it's outside, high and away. It's ball one. Batting fifth, Yandy Diaz at first base. Kiermaier in center. Batting sixth, Manny Margot in right field. From the right side of the plate, Zunino's behind the plate and batting eighth. And here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is swung on and missed. Nice little changeup action over the top, and it's 1-1. And Johan Lopez, the third baseman for the Tampa Bay Rays, is batting ninth. 1-1 count to Franco. Here's the delivery, and it is swung on, hit high, but not very deep into center field. Duvall's on it, and there is quickly two away as Brandon Lau races back to first base. Braves nothing. Rays nothing. Bottom of the first. Our last spring training broadcast, as tomorrow is going to be it'll be kind of, to for a few football fans out there, it's going to be kind of watching the fourth quarter of the final preseason game. You might get a couple of guys in there for a minute, but unless they're struggling, they're going to take the day off as the Braves start their season Thursday. Here's the first pitch to G-Man Choi, and it is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. We will be here, 8:08 Eastern, Thursday night, first pitch, opening day, Atlanta Braves versus the Cincinnati Reds. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Ian Anderson steps off and throws over to first. Lau back in under the tag, and we'll do it again at 1-0. We're going to have a full booth that night. Tones Ariel and Stephen Trost are going to be with me here on the call. Braves, Reds. And then going forward, here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's high. It's 2-0. Choi kind of bent out of the way to get out of that one. Going forward, starting next week, Tuesdays and Friday nights, Braves baseball, and Thursday nights, it's the MLB game of the week. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's in the dirt and gets away from Darnode. Lau's going to scamper down to second base, and the Rays have a runner in scoring position with 2 away. 3-0 is the count. Nothing is your score. And G-Man Choi asking for time, so he steps out of the box for a second. We'll get it going here. 3-0 count to Choi. Lau leading off second. Here's a swung on and grounded over to first. On it is Ozzie. He'll scoop it. He'll have Choi out by a mile. That'll end the first inning. We head to the top of the second. Braves and Rays are scoreless.
Bees to the top! Bees everywhere! Save yourself! Your firearms are useless against them! Holy shnikes, it worked.
We're going to start off with Will Banks. What's your take on the Alabama-West Virginia matchup? What are the keys?
I didn't.
That's great insight, man. That's everyone else is going. I'm gonna change the channel.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I'm 7-0 this season.
You auto-drafted.
That's what all the great GMs do. They delegate.
You didn't do anything.
Yeah, I did. I set the cue.
Without fantasy football, what would friends talk about?
I almost wore shorts today.
Oh.
I was going to do a sweatshirt shorts combo.
Armchair.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of holding your dad's hand, walking through that dark tunnel, and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves and Tampa Bay Rays are tied at 0 apiece, top of the second. First pitch to Adam Duvall is inside for a strike, and it's 0-1. Lefty versus righty matchup. 0-1 pitch, slider on the outside part of the plate, swung on and hit high and deep into center field, but playable for Kiermaier. The Gold Glover will snap it shut, and it's one away in the Atlanta first. Looking forward to our opening day broadcast, and looks like it's going to be Tyler Mahle of the Cincinnati Reds against Max Fried for the Braves, and that should be one heck of a matchup for people who are not familiar with Tyler. Strong right-hander, and it should be a very good pitching matchup. Here's the first pitch to Rosario. It's on the outside part of the plate, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Lefty going here, Fleming and Rosario. And here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's fouled back, and it's 0-2. 0-2 pitch swung on and weakly grounded over to the pitcher. Fleming's got it, jumps off the mound, flips it over to first, and there's 2 away here in the Atlanta second. You slowly start seeing these guys, especially at this part of the spring training. They're antsy. They're ready to get on the plane. They're ready to be done with this. And this is just another game that's kind of, yeah, you'd like to have some success. Here's the first pitch to d'Arnaud, and it's low and in the dirt. It's 1-0. But you'll probably see some early swings today. Probably see some guys just wanting to work out some few things. If guys are struggling and scuffling, you'll probably see them. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's grounded over to third, foul, and it's 1-1. But this, for all intents and purposes, is probably your typical starting lineup against the left-handed pitchers in April. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is at the knees, called first strike. Nice pitch by Fleming, and it's 1-2. Looked like a bit of a sinker, and it just snapped the inside of the corner. Here's the 1-2 pitch to d'Arnaud, and he rifles it back up the middle. It goes off of Fleming, and Fleming is covering the bag. Now Diaz is going to flip it over to first. It is a foot race, and they're going to call d'Arnaud out. Man, that is a bang play. We're going to go to break because they are, but that was a close play. We'll see if there might be a challenge. We'll be back in a flash.
Everybody's attention for 1 minute. It's something I need to say to everybody. And I am tired of living a lie. I need it to be known. I like fat women and they like me. Anybody got a problem with that? Anybody? Need love too, baby.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limit here. Full stop making lane change signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Hey there, pal. First draft?
How can you tell?
Look, there's a few things you're going to want to know. Kickers go fast. You're going to take one early. Don't worry about running backs. You can always trade for one later.
Cool, thanks.
One more thing. It's good to have you here. You're my friend.
Armchair.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. Well, thank God. I'm going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And I'll say the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
Armchair.
Everybody had a team. At Orting, Washington, the Fats took on the Leans. In Kansas, crowds watched the Mother Hubbards, men playing in women's clothing. Under guard at Fort Sill, Oklahoma, Geronimo's Chiricahua Apaches played ball against the U.S. Army and won. At some games, a keg of beer stood just to the side of third base for encouragement. Any man who made it to third was entitled to a dipper foot.
Welcome back here to Braves Country, the Atlanta Braves, Tampa Bay Rays. We head to the bottom of the second inning, and Tampa Bay in their baby blue tops with the sunburst on the chest, white pants. Yandy Diaz, righty versus righty with Ian Anderson, digs into the plate. First pitch is fouled away. Looked like it ricocheted off his cleats, but he's okay, and it's 0-1. Yandy Diaz, 13 home runs, 64 RBI last year. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Yandy, and it is a changeup, banged foul, and it's a 0-2. Mets trail the Astros 2-0 in the bottom of the fifth. They got going early today at noon. And here's the 0-2 pitch to Yandy Diaz, and it is swung on and grounded over to short. Right into the shift where Swanson's playing. He scoops it, fires it over to first, and there's one away in the Tampa Bay second. That'll bring Kiermaier to the plate. Kevin Kiermaier, 259 average, 4 home runs and 37 RBIs last year. He's banged up a little bit, so it was played sparingly, but Kiermaier does have a lively bat and one of the best defensive center fielders in the game. Here's the first pitch as a changeup swung on and banged foul out of play down the left field line. It's 0-1. Braves have one more spring training game tomorrow. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a fastball fouled back out of play, and it's 0-2. Opening day, Thursday night, 8:08 Eastern time. First pitch, if you missed that bit of news last week, here's the 0-2 pitch swung on by Kiermaier, and he shoots it into left field, and it's going to drop for a base hit, a one-out single for Kevin Kiermaier and the Tampa Bay Rays. Carlos Carrasco was going today for the New York Mets. Looks like his day is done, by the way. Looks like he made it just to the bottom of the fifth inning, so he went 4 1/3 and pitched okay. They're going to be leaning on him heavily, along with all the other Mets starting pitchers, as Jacob deGrom is out until most likely June. Manuel Margot steps in. Here's the first pitch, swung on. He grounds it over the left side. Riley's got it, scoops it, fires it to second. Ozzie Albies flips it over to first, and then bang, bang, double play ends the inning. We head to the top of the third. Atlanta nothing, Tampa Bay nothing. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
I was in the pool!
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there. Pulling no punches, calling it how I see it for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
When it came to Tallahassee, the only good thing was the band. But now them fighting Seminoles are the best team in the land. Bobby Bowden, you're the coach for me. Bobby Bowden, we say Tallahassee. Them Gator fans used to joke and wow when Florida State would come to town. But they stopped laughing thanks to Bobby B.
Armchair.
Stupid interviews. Hey, you're a member of the Buffalo Bills. How does it feel?
Well, it's a blessing. But thank God. Going to try to do my best. It's a great organization. And I'll say the last 80 guys said. So, yeah.
By the spring of 1861, there were 62 member clubs in the National Association of Baseball Players. Free blacks in northern cities had established their own teams. And Henry Chadwick was trying to start a baseball club in Richmond, Virginia, when the new season was suddenly interrupted.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves are tied with the Tampa Bay Rays. I'm trying to get a better, I think that's a better screen here today. Here's the first pitch to Dansby Swanson, and Dansby swings, grounds it over third. Easy play by Johan and fires it over to first, a little off the bag, but Diaz grabs it and tags Dansby, and there's one away. Nothing, your score. As Atlanta would like to end spring training on a good note. They've kind of scuffled here recently. Here's the first pitch to Contreras. William Contreras is DHing today. Lefty-righty matchup. First pitch is away, and it's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Contreras, and they fire it right down the middle, and it is called for a ball, a little shockingly, and it's 2-0. 2-0 pitch by Fleming, grounded to the left side of the infield. Fleming comes off the bump, backhands it, fires it over to first. Nice play by Fleming, and there's 2 away in the Atlanta third. Nice athletic play by Fleming. A little surprised he didn't let the third baseman come and scoop it. He was coming towards it, but Fleming come flying off the mound, grabbed it, planted his feet, and fired it over first. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie Albies, and it is in the dirt, and it's 1-0. Braves nothing, Tampa Bay nothing. Ozzie Albies swings at the next pitch, and it's swung on and hit high and deep into left field, going back up against the track, but Kiermaier has it. He makes the catch, flips it to a fan over there in the boardwalk area, and that'll end the inning. Just like that, we head to the bottom of the third.
Hey, does Tay Diggs follow you on Twitter?
No, but Kraft Singles does.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten by the Armchair Quarterbacks all year long.
Just under 38 on 44 kicks this year. Nice high kick, got a little wind under it, and it runs Howard back over. Well, the ball is actually a little short of the 1 yard line now. It is 4th down, the final play, unless they can stick it in the end zone. Andre Johnson, Roscoe Parrish, and Kellen Winslow, and Dorsey under pressure. Throws it. They went to Hickman, and Penn State well-timed blitz. LeVar Arrington, the All-America candidate, came across.
Well, it was a great athletic play by LeVar Arrington. As you see, he times his blitz very well, leaves his feet, and hits Hickman in the backfield.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast by the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Hey, can I tell you one thing? That's 3 holding penalties on one football team in a quarter and a half. That ain't funny.
Virginia, April 3rd, 1862. It is astonishing how indifferent a person can become to danger. The report of musketry is heard but a very little distance from us. Yet over there on the other side of the road is most of our company playing bat ball. And perhaps in less than half an hour, they may be called to play a ball game of a more serious nature. Frederick Fairfax, 5th Ohio Infantry.
Welcome back to Atlanta Braves baseball. Mike Zunino steps up to the plate. Ex-Florida Gator, 33 home runs on the year last year, 62 RBI, has a very high strikeout rate. Here's the first pitch from Ian Anderson, and it is rifled over the fence, and a home run by Mike Zunino. You got a short porch over there. I believe in most MLB stadiums it would have been off the wall, but home run Tampa Bay, and it's 1-0. Was just saying Zunino, he's been known one of the highest rates in Major League Baseball that will either swing and miss for a strikeout or hit a home run. Here's the first pitch to Lopez on the outside part of the plate, and it's 1-0. One of his Rays teammates in the dugout was giving the Florida chomp. So I don't know if he's a Gator too or not, or he's just doing it because Zunino is a Gator. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it's in the dirt, and it's now 2-0. Anderson at just 20 pitches so far. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and Ian pulls the string, swung on over and missed, and it's 2-1. Ball fell out of the zone. Lopez, 10 home runs, 40 RBIs in single A last year. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's a changeup. It's in the dirt and swung on and missed. It's 2-2. You got to figure they want Ian Anderson to go pretty good round here. He's expected to be the Saturday starting pitcher this Saturday night. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on, and it is hit into right field on a line, but right there to make the play is Eddie Rosario. We will not have a Friday night broadcast this week because I am heading to the Braves game, and we'll be there at the stadium this weekend, but we will be back Tuesday night. So the schedule in the near future is this Thursday for opening day. Here's the first pitch, and it is in the dirt to Brandon Lau. It's 1-0. Lau reached on a drag bunt single in the first inning. Here's the 1-0 pitch and another changeup in the dirt inside, and it's 2-0. Brandon Lau's a guy that kind of sneaks up on you. Not very big stature. He's a leadoff guy. He's a second baseman. Hit 39 home runs last year for Tampa Bay. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is in the dirt. Ball 3-0. Count. Will Anderson give him something to hit? Here's the pitch, and it is a fastball right down the pipe, taken for a strike. It's 3-1. Randy Arozareno is on deck. One nothing Tampa Bay is your score. Here's now a 3-2 pitch after the foul ball, and it's in the dirt and almost hits Lau regardless. It's ball 4, and he'll head to first. So Ian Anderson has struggled a little bit with his control today. We said this before on his last outing. His biggest thing that he's trying to correct this year, of course, he was phenomenal in the playoffs and in the World Series, but Ian Anderson tends to get a high pitch count early on, not allowing him to go very deep into ball games. Here's the 1-0 pitch from Anderson, swung on by Rosareno. First pitch swing, and he hits it high and deep into center field. Duvall's going back. Just before the track, he makes the catch. Lau will run back to first base, and there's 2 away. Speaking of the rotation plans for the Atlanta Braves, it looks like Thursday we will start off with Max Fried. Charlie Morton is expected to be the Friday night pitcher, all against the Cincinnati Reds, a 4-game series in Atlanta. Here's first pitch to Wander Franco, and Anderson will fire it back over to first base, trying to catch Lau leaning a little bit. He dives underneath the throw, and it's first pitch again for Wander Franco. Here's the delivery, and it is a curveball. Looked like it just missed high, and it's 1-0. Charlie Morton pitching Friday night. Ian Anderson scheduled for Saturday night. And then Kyle Wright is expected to be the number 4 starter on Sunday afternoon. Dog in the Park Day. 1-0 pitch to Ian Anderson, and swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. It appears the Braves are going to go with a 6-man, not a 5-man traditional rotation to start the season. Remember, Major League Baseball has a 28-man roster to start the year this year, as opposed to the 26-man roster that it will induce May 1st. So I think you'll see a lot of teams going with the 6-man rotation, trying to keep the pitchers healthy. Here's the 1-1 delivery from Ian Anderson, swung on and fouled back. And it's 1-2 to Wander Franco. So filling out the rotations, expected to be Inoa, and then Tucker Davidson getting the nod over Kyle Muller and Spencer Strider. Muller has been sent to the AAA affiliate. More on that in a second. Here's the 1-2 pitch, 2 outs to Wander Franco, and fastball high and outside the zone. It's 2-2. So Spencer Strider is expected to make the Major League club just in the bullpen. The right-handers are expected to be Kenley Jansen, McHugh, Thornburg, O'Day, and Strider. Here's the 2-2 pitch from Franco, and it is curveball swung on and fouled back out of play behind home plate, and it's 2-2 once again. The lefties in the bullpen, we're expecting Tyler Matzik, Minter, Will Smith, and Newcomb. And if you missed the news over the weekend, Ian Anderson has a torn UCL and is expected to be headed for Tommy John surgery. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed, strike 3, and that'll do it. We'll head to the top of the 4th inning. Braves trail 1-0. They're coming up to bat.
All right, those first 2 were high and tight. So what do you think the next one's going to be? Either low and away or in my ear. He's not going to want to load the bases. So look for low and away. But watch out for in your ear.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Honest Ed's Used Cars, where every car we sell is backed by an ironclad guarantee that is so complete and comprehensive that we really don't see any need to put it in writing. And remember Honest Ed's motto: if any used car dealer anywhere in the country says he can sell you the same car cheaper than we will, then he's even a bigger liar than I am. And remember, if you'd like to learn one of life's most valuable secrets, just send $20 to the announcer in care of this station.
Armchair.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights, this baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Soldiers in both armies played ball whenever and wherever they could, just like boys, one of them remembered. If there was any transforming incident in the history of baseball, as in the history of this country, it was the Civil War. Play in the 1840s and 50s was not for the middle class. It was not for the working class. It was reserved for so-called gentlemen. Play became democratic when it became portable. It became a people's game.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 1-0. Fleming's back out to the mound. Has had some pretty light work considering here's the first pitch to Matt Olson, 23rd pitch of the afternoon. It's called for a strike outside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. Fleming working very quickly. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is fastball outside the zone, and it is 1-1. Here's the 1-1 pitch inside, and it's now 2-1. Rays do have a righty warming up in the bullpen. 2-1 delivery from Fleming, swung on, and a mighty cut, but he missed by Matt Olson, and it's 2-2. You miss it. Matt Olson hit an absolute bomb over the weekend. Here's the 2-2 pitch, swung on and fouled back. Once again, it'll be 2-2. Here's the 2-2 delivery, and it's a slider in the dirt outside the zone, and it's full count to Matt Olson. It's 3-2. St. Louis leads Washington 1-0. That game's in the second inning. Philly and the Yankees scoreless in the second. Here's a 3-2 pitch, swung on and grounded over to short, and it is booted, and that'll make it a easy reach of the base by Matt Olson. I expect them to give him an error there. And the leadoff batter's on for the Atlanta Braves. Looks like that was Lopez, the traditional third baseman, but he was lined up at short because of the shift. First pitch to Austin Riley, inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 0, Tampa Bay 1 off of a Zunino home run. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is swung on and pulled foul by Austin Riley. It's 1-1. Twins and Red Sox are scoreless in the second. Pittsburgh 1-0 over Baltimore. That game's in the second. And Toronto, Detroit, they're also in the second scoreless. Rest of the games are later on today. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a slider in on the ankles. Couldn't lay off it. Riley misses it, and it's do it again at 1-2. Might be a pitch that Fleming goes back to later in the at bat if need be. You can tell Riley had a hard time picking that one up. Ron Washington, the third base coach, once again for the Atlanta Braves. Fleming throws that same slider in the dirt, but this time Riley spits on it, and it looks like it might have hit him. It did hit him. He's heading to first base. So we'll have runners on first and second, nobody out. Zunino's arguing with Blue, but to no avail. That'll bring Ozuna up to the plate. Your umpires today: Visconti is your home plate umpire, Jansen Visconti. Here's the first pitch to Ozuna, swung on and missed inside, and it's 0-1. Jeff Nelson at first base umpire, Chad Fairchild is your second base umpire, and Jeremy Rick is the third base umpire. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and down inside looked like the sinker, and Ozuna flails at it wildly. It's quickly 0-2. Pitch to Ozuna and swung on. And did he make contact? No, he did not. But the ball got away and went to the backstop. So even though Ozuna struck out, the good news is both runners move up 90 feet. So you got runners on second and third. Olson stands on third base. Riley stands on second. And that'll bring up Adam Duvall, the chance to possibly take a lead with a single, tie the game with a sac fly. Here's the first pitch from Fleming, and it is swung on and rifled right past third base. Here comes Olson to score. I think they're going to hold. They are going to hold the runner at third. Riley didn't get a very good jump as the ball, the infield was pulled a little bit in. You'd call it about halfway, but it was a halfway in, but a full right-handed hitter shift. So 3 defenders on the left side. It went through the wicket like a hockey shot, and Riley got a slow start. So he's standing on third. Duvall's on first. Here comes Rosario. Game is tied 1-1. Runners on the corners. First pitch taken outside for a ball and in the dirt. It's 1-0. The pitch is starting to get away from Fleming. You better be careful. Riley doesn't have the greatest speed, but he's not exactly slow of foot. So he can score on a wild pitch here. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a sinker on the outside part of the plate, and it's now 2-0. Travis d'Arnaud stands on deck. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is looked like the sinker fouled back and up against the screen, and it's now 2-1. Two-one count to Rosario, and it swung on and pulled over to the left-hand side, and it is going to be flipped over to second base. There's one away there. Tries to turn 2, and Rosario busts it down the line. He's safe, and Austin Riley comes across home plate to take the lead. Braves 2, Tampa Bay 1. Good hustle by Rosario. He was flying down the line and beat it by about a half step or so. It was a slow developing double play as there was a high chop to second base. Lau had to catch it, turn, and then flip it, and it just wasn't enough time. That's going to run Fleming to the showers. So we will be back in a flash. Braves lead at 2-1. We got a pitching change.
You're a cop, huh? No, what I am, Sonny, is about 50 pounds heavier and one hell of a lot meaner, so you better straighten up your act. I don't think I like it.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. You can't play fatigued. Therefore, it's up to you to be in prime physical condition. I can't put you in physical condition. I can start you. You've got to keep yourself in prime physical condition because a fatigued player is a coward. He can't go 100%.
You've got the winning run on second base. You've got 3 very good outfielders ready to deploy their arms, a very good base runner in Dansby Swanson, one of the best closers to ever do it in the postseason on the hill, and Eddie Rosario, who is 3 for 4. He stands at the plate, and you can't pitch around him because Freddie Freeman, though he's been a little cold, stands on deck. So let's do it. Here's the first pitch from Jansen. He does that little shimmy on the mound, winds up, and the first pitch is swung on, and it is rifled back up the middle. It's going to score. It's going to, Dansby Swanson's going to come around. It came off the glove. The Braves win. The Braves win. The Braves win.
is the American game. That's just what it is. And actually, it makes you me. I'm 81, but I can feel like I'm 15 when I'm talking baseball. I'm watching baseball. This is it. It does this. It can do this to any man. It brings you back.
Welcome back to Braves baseball. Snyder is the pitcher. Jack Snyder, 2.14 ERA last season at Schaumburg in the minors, 30 strikeouts. First pitch is fouled back, and it's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is a frisbee type slider high in the zone, taken for a ball. It's 1-1 to Travis d'Arnaud. Eddie Rosario stands on first. Braves have scored 2 here in the top of the 4th. d'Arnaud grounded out first time up, and here's 1-1 pitch and swung on and fouled back over to first base side and out of play. It's 1-2. Braves lead it by 1 after some timely hitting this inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and hit high and deep into left center field, but on it is Kiermaier. He'll make the grab, and that'll do it. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning. Braves 2, Tampa Bay 1.
I'm going to let you guys do what you guys got to do. Don't worry about me. I'm just going to go home, make a little macaroni and cheese, seal the window, and turn on the gas.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Bro, Blake, play for the love of the game, man. What's wrong with you, bro? Money should not be a thing. Yeah, man, I gotta get my money. I'm not playing unless I get mine.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Is that Shakespeare?
Nope, it's Geico.
Yeah. That's Shakespeare from one of his unpublished works. Oh, it be not for awakening. Nay, giveth thou the berries. For 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Nope, it's from Geico because they help save people money.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but Geico got it from Shakespeare.
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in socially distanced dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
We were playing ball between the lines near Alexandria, Texas, when suddenly there came a scattering fire of which the 3 outfielders caught the brunt. The center field was hit and was captured. The left and right field managed to get back into our lines. The rebel attack was repelled without serious difficulty, but we had lost not only our center field, but the only baseball in Alexandria, Texas.
Welcome back here as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Braves lead it 2-1, scoring 2 runs in the top of the inning. And 2-1 your score. So we get set. Looks like the Braves are going to have a pitching change. G-Man Choi is at the plate. And looks like it could be Yeager coming in, waiting for it to be finalized. As they're taking a while for him to warm up. So, but it does look like it's Yeager. We'll get it confirmed here in a second. College basketball national championship tonight, North Carolina versus Kansas. Kansas right now, I believe, is a 3.5 to 4 point favorite, depending on which book you're looking at. It doesn't look like that. The Braves, and change that box for you there. They're being very inconsistent with these sites with their with the scores. So we'll go ahead and put it to, that's the real score, 2-1. I think you probably have interns running them right now. It's in spring training, so we'll give them a pass. Waiting for Jaeger to get done warming up. Looking at some of the things going on in the world of baseball. Got the designated hitter rule coming in, universal designated hitter rule. I know a lot of people, National League fans, me included, are not a fan of it, but it has been approved, so you're going to have to deal with it. I'm sure we'll get used to it. And when they had it in 2020, I got used to it, and I got to the point where I didn't hate it as much as I thought I would. I still would like to see something made, something different with the rule. I still think it's a cop-out to have a designated hitter for the entire 9 innings. I feel like the designated hitter should be only for that starting pitcher. When that starting pitcher comes out of the game, you got to make a decision, and then you would pinch hit the rest of the way like you would in a normal ball game. There would probably be pushback from that because players would probably dislike the fact that you couldn't just be a designated hitter getting paid a high salary, because if you're worthless on the defensive side of it, like Nelson Cruz is, who's now, 42, 43 years old. He signed a 1-year, $13 million deal with Washington. Would that have been a $13 million deal if you knew that you could only use them essentially for 5 or 6 innings a night? So that'll be the pushback on it. But I think it would add to the intrigue in the game. It would add to more of or less of a specialist role of guys who can only hit and can't play defense. That's never really how baseball was intended. So here's Justin Jaeger finally warming up. Last season in the minors, 7-3 ERA, 7-3 record, 2.93 ERA in single A. First pitch to Choi is outside, called for a ball. It's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Choi, swung on and missed inside. Nice heater. And it's 1-1. Don't believe there was an injury for Anderson coming out this early. A lot of these pitchers just want to get a few more innings and then go hit the showers and be ready for opening day. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, taken for a strike, and it's 1-2. 1-2 pitch by Jaeger, and it is a fastball fouled back up against the screen, and it is now 2-2. I'm looking at this now. I'm going to double check this, making sure that Ian Anderson, that there wasn't something going on. Now, he came out to warm up, and there was laughter as he came back out. And I don't know if it's because he missed it could be a blister. Now, wouldn't that be something to start the season off? So it was not planned. So here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is in the dirt for strike 3. Swung on and missed by G-Man Choi, and there's one away in the bottom of the 4th. Did look like he might have been rubbing his fingers a little bit. And he did talk to the trainer, but he looked like he was just kind of smiling. So it didn't look like it was anything big deal. Hopefully he'll still be able to make his start on Saturday. If not, the Braves would have plenty of guys to choose from, but you don't want to start the season off like this. Here's the first pitch to Yandy Diaz, and it's low and outside the zone. It's 1-0. 1-0 pitch to Diaz, and he hits it high and deep into right center field on his horse is Duvall. It's playable, and the center fielder corrals it for out number 2. Nice play by Adam Duvall. Played great center field down the stretch and in the playoffs. I contend one of the reasons why the Atlanta Braves won the World Series, one of the bigger reasons, was the play by Adam Duvall, giving them a powerful bat in the lineup and also being able to play center field. It was great when they got him back in that trade last year. Most Braves fans, including I, did not want to see him go to begin with. Here's the first pitch to Kiermaier. It's in the dirt, way out of the zone, and inside it's 1-0. Kind of a similar situation. Now Jorge Soler signed by the Marlins, just as Duvall was last year. And will the Braves bring him back? Braves have had a pretty, here's the 1-0 pitch swung on and missed, fastball down and away, and it's 1-1. Braves have had a history of making trades with the Miami Marlins. You normally don't see these trades in the same division. Here's the 1-1 pitch in, swung on. Kiermaier grounds it over to first. Olsen snags it, scoops it, steps on the pillow, and that ends the inning. We'll be back in a flash. Braves 2, Tampa Bay 1. We head to the top of the 5th.
Triple decker burn!
Armchair Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Gonna throw and a run. Complete to the 25, to the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Lindsey's got.
Second down from the 3. Here comes the blitz. Quick flip caught. Did he hold it long enough? The official says yes. Oh boy, is that going to be controversial. Daphne, the freshman. My goodness. The Florida Gators go 91 yards to come from behind and edge the Tennessee Volunteers in an ending that will be talked about for years.
World air quality is at an all-time low.
But hey, that doesn't mean you can't have a little fun. New from Mattel, it's the greenhouse gas gun. Do you hate the snowman next door? Use the greenhouse gas gun. Want to off an entire room full of tree huggers? Use the greenhouse gas gun. There is simply no end to the amount of fun and respiratory disease you can have with the greenhouse gas gun.
Armchair.
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime. North and South, West as well as East. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact in connection with it. America's game has the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
Welcome back here to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 2-1, and they're coming up to the bat. And a little bit of a delay is Tampa Bay is now getting their guys warmed up. So let's go ahead and hit the scoreboard. It's going to be Rayleigh, the lefty, coming in to face Dansby Swanson. He is ready, so we'll do that in a second. Here's the first pitch to Dansby. and it's low and inside for ball one. Mets on top of Houston now 3-2. Top of the seventh inning. Pittsburgh 4-0 over Baltimore. That game is in the fourth. Washington trails St. Louis 3-1. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a fastball inside taken for a strike. Pops out of Zunino's glove, and it's 2-0. That ball might have been a strike had he caught it, but it is very difficult to get that strike called when you drop the pitch. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is a fastball outside part of the plate. Dansby pokes it into right field against the shift, and it's an easy single for Lieutenant Dan. 1 on, nobody out to start the top of the fifth. Julio Rodriguez, if you missed it, has made the Seattle club. He's one of the more heralded prospects in Major League Baseball. Here's first pitch to Contreras. He swings at a pitch outside the zone, drags it over to short, and it's going to be an easy double play, tailor-made double play. And there's quickly 2 away in the Atlanta fifth. That'll bring up Ozzie Albies to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup with the switch hitting Ozzie. He takes a curveball low and in the dirt. It's 1-0. Sean Manaea traded to the Padres this weekend. If you missed that, 4-player trade should help the San Diego pitching staff quite a bit. And he's a guy that was rumored could be going to a lot of contenders. So though you don't want to see him go to a National League contender, it could have been worse. It was being rumored the Dodgers. It was being rumored the Phillies, the Mets. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's outside the zone. It's 2-1. Rayleigh on the 2-1 delivery and swung on and popped up high, but shallow center field, easily playable. Kiermaier will snag it, and that'll be the third out. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Atlanta leads it 2-1.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. And here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop, baby. All throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
1868. Somehow or other, they don't play ball nowadays as they used to some 8 or 10 years ago. I don't mean to say that they don't play it as well, but I mean that they don't play with the same kind of feelings or for the same objects they used to. It appears to me that ball matches have come to be controlled by different parties and for different purposes than those that prevailed in 1858 or 1859.
What a busy week of sports we have here. Tyler Matzik is entering the game. 69 games pitched last year. Of course, he was one of the many heroes in the fall last year in October for Atlanta. I think we'll ever forget the incredible seventh inning that he pitched against the Dodgers to get the Braves out of what it could have been a terrible jam. Could have blown that game, and who knows where the series goes after that. Here's the first pitch from Matzik to Margot, and it's a slider out of the zone. It's 1-0. You got so busy week of sports. You've got the national championship game tonight, Kansas and North Carolina. That should be a great game. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is swung on and ripped into left field. That ball is tattooed up against the wall. Ozuna's on it pretty quickly. He will grab it and get it back into the infield. Margot with an easy double as he was sitting dead red, and there's one on. Nobody out here in the Tampa Bay fifth. National championship game doesn't start until 9:20 tonight. What a terrible time to start a ball game. So you got to figure with halftime, et cetera, that game's not getting over with till midnight. I know they want to get the West Coast involved, but my word, 9:20. Here's the first pitch to Zunino, who hit a home run earlier. It's a fastball high in the zone, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Zunino, swung on and missed. Fastball, just straight gas. He could not keep up with that on the outside part of the plate, and it's 0-2. Really low outfield wall out there here in the Tampa Bay Ray facility. So it doesn't take much to get it over the wall. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it's a slider. Caught looking, strike three, and it's the first out of the fifth inning. Got a lot of folks inboxing me wanting a prediction for tonight. Common sense tells me Kansas has been the best team in college basketball all year long, but there seems to be something about this North Carolina team. So I do believe Kansas should win the game, but I would be hard pressed to take them on the -4 because I think it's going to be a nail biter. And at that point, it just really comes down to that Matzik kid. Here's the first pitch from Tyler Matzik. And he spins around, fires it over to second, try to catch the runner napping. He's underneath the tag. Ozzie covering the play. Will do it again. First pitch to the third baseman, Lopez of the Tampa Bay Rays. Top of the order, due up. Here's the first pitch, and it swung on and hit over to the right side of the shift. Ozzie's able to corral it as the ball had a little bit of backspin action. Grabs it, fires it over to first for the second out of the inning. Margot does advance up to third, so he's 90 feet away from tying this game. If you put me on a spot and a score, I think Kansas 78-75. Like I said, I would be hard pressed to, if I was going to take the point spread one way or the other, I think you got to take North Carolina. They've been, even though they're an 8 seed, they're not an 8 seed. They were poorly seeded, number one. Here's the first pitch, and it's a strike on the outside part of the plate. It's 0-1. Be the first 8 seed to win since Villanova in 85, I believe. very similar where you have an 8 seed playing a 1 seed, and no one believes that 8 seed should have ever been an 8 seed. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's inside for a ball. It's 1-1. Carolina has beaten Baylor. They've beaten Duke. They've beaten Duke twice, but Duke in the tournament. Kansas has just looked really good. Should be a great ball game. But I felt going in, I didn't think Duke could beat Kansas. And Carolina needed everything that they needed, that they had to be able to get past Duke. So will that factor in it too? Will they, a lot of emotions for a young kid. And then of course, Bancroft is injured. Braves lead it 2-1, 1-2 count. Simon is the batter now. He's came in relief of Brandon Lau. And 1-2 pitch swung on and hit into center field, but playable. Rosario is going to scoop over and he's going to make the catch in right center, and that'll do it. We head to the top of the 6th. The Braves lead it 2-1.
We can't urban darn your frazzle dazzle.
You don't want to miss, as we covered the entire NFL on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
12-0 Chicago Bears. If they could go all the way, they would be 19-0. The last undefeated team in pro football history, these Miami Dolphins. 72, 14-0 regular season. After the Super Bowl, they were 17-0 for a third down and 6. Cooper, Moore, and Clayton. Down the way. Into the arms of Clayton. Oh, and are things going right for the Dolphins tonight? 42-yard touchdown, batted into the air at the line of scrimmage. This is vintage Monday Night Football. Final seconds ticking off. Bears will not go undefeated. What a victory for the Dolphins. And Dan Marino reigns supreme once again.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
What must be the contempt for those who would degrade our great national game and make it a business? When such becomes the case, farewell to baseball. The excitement which is at present attendant on these contests will cease. Then the game itself will gradually but surely die out. Philadelphia City item.
Welcome back here to Braves Baseball. Braves are back up at the plate. It's top of the 6th inning. Andrew Kittredge is coming in, 93 with a 1.88 ERA through 71 2/3 innings for the Tampa Bay Rays. Of course, they famously have one heck of a bullpen as well. Two teams that could be meeting in the World Series later on. I do believe Tampa Bay is the best team top to bottom in the AL East and will win that division title once again. Toronto, their biggest threat. Here's the first pitch to Olsen, and it's a fastball inside part of the plate, called for a strike, a little high, and it's 0-1. Later on today, Cubs and White Sox get going. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on and hit high and deep down the left field line, curving, just foul. Youngsters giving it chase up there in the grass. Sure, and a Braves fan, young man out there, corralled it. I'm sure that'll be a keepsake for him. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it swung on and roasted down the right field line. That ball's gonna fall, and it's fair. It bounces off the fence, and ricochets out. Olsen's going to get to second with a leadoff double for your Atlanta Braves. Nice piece of hitting from Olsen. Tried to take something off after that nasty fastball he almost took out of the park down the left field line. He rips us down the right field line. It just got inside the bag and hopped over the first baseman's glove, excuse me. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Here's the first pitch to Riley. It's outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Rockies and Brewers will be playing later on tonight. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a changeup outside the zone. It's 2-0. So if you are up late watching that basketball game, you want to flip back and forth and see some good old baseball, Rockies, Brewers, and then the Angels will be playing the Dodgers. Both those are starting after 9 o'clock. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Riley, and it is a low and inside. It's 3. No, they're going to say he went around, which is terrible call by Blue. Fairchild. Let's say it's 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Nice changeup, pulled foul, and the count's now even at 2-2. Right-hander warming up in the Tampa Bay bullpen. Here's the 2-2 pitch swung on and rifled into right center field. It's going to drop for a hit. And here comes Olsen. I believe he's going to slam on the brakes. He does at third base. So you got runners on the corners, nobody out. No sense of having a collision at home plate at the end of spring training. So the Braves have runners on first and third. Nobody out. Olsen also got a really bad jump. That ball was hit back, and I think he was worried the second baseman was going to make the play on it. So he took a couple of steps back towards second. By the time he realized that ball was getting down, he could only jog down to third. So realistically, smart base running, but he got a slow jump. Here's the first pitch to Marcell Ozuna. The big right-hander takes a hack at it and rolls it over foul. It's 0-1. Braves lead at 2-1. They got runners on first and third, nobody out. Mets lead the Astros 3-2 at the bottom of the seventh in their game. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Ozuna, and that ball gets away. It kicks foul towards the dugout, and Matt Olson's going to scamper home for the third run of the afternoon. Riley up to second base. It's 3-1, your Atlanta Braves. Wild pitch. I'm sure they'll call it. Heads up base running by Olsen to be on his horse early and often. Plates the third run of the afternoon, and now Ozuna trying to get the runner over to third. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it swung on and popped up high and shallow into right field. Second baseman Simons on his horse backpedaling. He makes the catch, and there's one away. Kind of a dangerous way of making that play, to be honest with you. He was backpedaling, something you don't normally see like that. Right fielder kind of gave a look like, man, you're going to trip doing that. But he got the out, and that's all that matters realistically. Brings Adam Duvall to the plate. Duvall's 1 for 2 with an RBI single. 38 home runs, 113 RBI last year. Here's the slider taken right down the middle for a strike, and it's 0-1. Decent crowd here in Rays Ballpark this Monday afternoon. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and missed over the plate, and it's 0-2. Typically, you get some pretty bad attendance on these last couple of days, especially when they play on a Monday. Most folks have packed up and gone home. These are probably locals watching this game. Here's the 0-2 pitch to Duvall, swung on, and he rips it into left field. And around third comes Riley. He's going to score. The ball is actually going to get underneath the left fielder's glove, and that's going to put Duvall on second base. Your Atlanta Braves have a 4-1 lead. Great piece of hitting by Duvall, staying on that back leg and just ripping the ball into left. Ball took kind of a flat, funny hop and went under Arozarena's glove, and that cost the Rays at least one base. I don't know if Riley would have been sent. And that's going to do it for Kittredge. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, pitching change for the Rays.
I was going to Columbia, for Christ's sakes. Wants to be some kind of a professional woman like you.
A psychiatrist?
And I have to listen to guys like me whine all day.
Here's payoff pitch and swung on and missed. Strike three. Yak 'em. We're 1 out away, Braves country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby. We have not been into the World Series in 22 years. But come Tuesday night in Houston, we'll have first pitch. Braves Country Baseball. I'm Mac McGee. Go dance in the streets, baby.
Have you ever protested anything?
Sure, every time I get thrown out of the pub.
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime, North and South, West as well as East. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact in connection with it. America's game has the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
Welcome back here, Braves country. Peguero is the right-hander in for the Tampa Bay Rays. First pitch taken for a strike. It's 0-1. Eddie Rosario, 0-1 count. And it is swung on and pulled foul into the first base dugout side. And it's 0-2. Braves 4, Tampa Bay 1. Top of the 6th inning. 1 away. Adam Duvall stands on second base after driving in Matt Olson. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is fouled back against the screen and out of play. It's 0-2. A little bit of an overcast day in South Florida. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it is fastball below the knees, taken for a ball. And it's 1-2. One-two pitch to Rosario, and fastball swung on and missed. Strike 3, and Rosario grabs the pine. There's 2 away in the Atlanta 6th. 4-1 your score. Travis Darnaud is up to the plate, and here's the windup, and that ball flies over the catcher's glove. Duvall is going to race down to third base. No play. That was as wild as a wild pitch comes. That ball was a good 3-4 feet over the catcher's head. Must have slipped out of his hand. And you got a 1-0 count to Darnaud now. They regroup Peguero, and he throws a fastball just outside the zone off the plate, and it's 2-0. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is way outside and below the knees. It is now 3-0. .30 pitch. What's Darnaud going to do here? He swings out of his shoes on a 3-0 pitch and misses, and it's now 3-1. Would have easily been ball 4. (3-1) to Darnaud, and another two-seamer way below the knees, and this time it's taken for a ball, and it's now, whoa, they're going to call that a strike. That ball was low. Blues got a plane to catch for sure. It's now 3-2 to Darnaud, 2 away. Duvall stands on third. Here's the delivery, and swung on and hit high and deep into left field. It's going back, back, back. That ball has left the building, not the yard, the building. It's 6-1, your Atlanta Braves. What an incredible swing there. The Atlanta Braves lead at 6-1. Peguero just kind of laid it in there, and it was a fastball right at the knees. That was batting practice type stuff. So 6-1, Dansby Swanson comes to the plate. He takes a fastball way outside the zone, and it's 1-0. Over under in that basketball game tonight, by the way, is 151.5. That's a really good number, by the way. I think it'll get over it, though. Here's the 2-0 pitch to Dansby Swanson. Delivery swung on and pulled over to the left-hand side, scooped by the third baseman. He flips it over to first, beats Swanson by a mile, and that'll end the inning. But not before the Atlanta Braves extend the lead. It's 6-1 Atlanta. We head to the bottom of the 6th.
Make sure to listen to the armchair quarterbacks. The armchair quarterbacks are good enough for us down here in the Bayou. Go Tigers and the armchair quarterbacks.
ACC football covered like no other here on the Armchair Quarterback.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the pack and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points. His 5th rushing TD, but these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue, big red.
And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field. Marring would have been the 200th victory for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there, although there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long. been chomping at the bit ever since I've saw this at like 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, what am I looking at? This dude's wearing a sports bra. No one else wants to talk about that. Like the announcers didn't bring it up or nothing. They said, that's a really goal. And they start breaking down the goals. They screw the goal, break down the fact that the dude's wearing a sports bra and then showing it off.
Armchair.
Look, will happily pay 75 cents to $1.50 to go to the theater. And numbers prefer baseball to theatricals. We must make the games worth witnessing, and there will be no fault found with the price. A good game is worth 50 cents. A poor one is dear at 25. Harry Wright.
Welcome back to Braves baseball. Colin McHugh enters the game, and he was already going to be a big part of the Atlanta Braves bullpen, but with the season-ending injury to Ian Anderson, not Ian Anderson, excuse me. I have Ian Anderson on the mind because he left with the blister on his finger today. The season-ending injury to Luke Jackson. If you missed that, he is most likely headed for Tommy John surgery and puts the Braves down a man in the bullpen. Here's the first pitch, swung on and hit over to the left-hand side. Dansby's got it, fires it over to Olson. Olson has to scoop it out of the ground, out of the dirt, and there's one away in the Tampa sixth inning. Olson, two-time platinum glove, not just gold, platinum glove winner. So the Braves are not going to miss a beat. We all know Freddie Freeman had one heck of a glove over there at first base. If it's possible, Olson may be better. Here's the first pitch to Simon. He takes it for a strike on the outside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. 0-1 pitch from McHugh, and it is a changeup at the knees on the outer part of the zone, and it's now 0-2. Nice pitch by Colin. Working quickly, 0-2 pitch from Colin McHugh, and it is another changeup outside, fouled back against the screen. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves 6, Tampa Bay 1, 0-2 pitch. And it is swung on and popped up out of play, heading towards the first base side dugout seats. We'll do it again at 0-2. They're expecting chilly weather in Atlanta this weekend as opening day approaches. Highs in the 50s, lows in the 30s. 0-2 pitch from McHugh, and is popped up. Giving chase is Olson over near the first base dugout, and it's going to go out of play. Raise players there, making sure that McHugh didn't go into the dugout. He gives them some high fives, and we'll do it again at 0-2. 0-2 pitch and curveball taken for a strike. Might have been a tad below the knees, but too close to take, and that's strike number 3. He'll head to the pine. You're going to start seeing some changes in the lineup now. That was Pye that struck out for Franco. Choi will remain in as a DH. Really quick, Simon came in for Lau. He's playing second. Johnson in for Rosareno and left. And Pye at third base for Franco. Chavez is in for Yandy Diaz at first base. Kiermaier's now out of the game. Here's a fastball inside. Almost hits Troy. He bends out of the way, and it's 1-1. Kiermaier's out of the game. Castellanos takes over at center. Castillo and right. And Pinto is behind the plate for the Tampa Bay Rays. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is a curveball that just misses the outside part of the zone. It's 2-1. McHugh really has a nice arsenal. Here's the 2-1 pitch, swung on and missed. Looked like the changeup. And now a 2-2 count with 2 out. Bottom of the 6th inning, Atlanta leads at 6-1. Here's the 2-2 pitch and changeup just outside the zone below the knees. We'll get a full count now at 3-2. McHugh versus Choi. 3-2 pitch set up on the outside. It's a curveball that misses the plate, and Choi will take a free pass down to first. You got to figure now with the way it's all set up. We did the bullpen. I don't think we did the batters that have made the team. Travis d'Arnaud, Pena, and Contreras are your catchers. Contreras will probably can fill in at some first and more likely left field. Here's the first pitch to Chavez as Choi is taking an exit. Alvarez is going to pinch run for him. It's the right-hander Chavez, 0-1 pitch, and it is swung on and popped up high. That's a can of corn in the middle of the infield, high sky. But Olson's got it. That'll end the inning. We head to the top of the 7th, 6-1 Atlanta.
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you. God bless America.
Le'Veon Bell, he put out a single for people to listen to on Twitter of a rap album that he's really proud of. He asked for people to critique it. Keenan Allen, the receiver of the Chargers, came back with the trash emoji.
Appreciate your honesty.
And what's even better, I can't do it justice because we're on radio. You've got to see the video. The video that he put up. Oh my God. It's like the most funny and exciting thing I have ever seen because it's like really bad late 80s, early 90s rap video. But anyways, the video is the best part of the whole thing. He's got a hoodie on. It's staged almost like black and white. He's like under a bridge somewhere where there's like a bonfire going.
Hard times.
So like, yeah.
Hard times.
You know, hard times for a guy making millions.
He can relate.
But the funniest part is when he's got the hoodie on, he's doing poses and stuff like that and kind of jiving around. And then this is the funniest part. Out of nowhere, sorry, I can't get it out. He comes up from under the screen. So in other words, like
from the Muppets or something?
Almost like the Muppets.
When you see just the figure just come straight up.
Yes, the gig comes straight up while he's also in the background.
Uh-huh.
It's like the worst thing put together for other. I don't know how to edit a video. We could do better than this. I'm telling you.
Who's the director, Pouncey?
Armchair.
Harry Wright eats baseball, breathes baseball, thinks baseball, dreams baseball, and incorporates baseball in his prayers. Cincinnati Enquirer.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Colin Posh is in for the Rays. 5-5 with a 4.7 ERA in 51 games in 2019. Had elbow surgery in 2020 and has not made it back. He's trying to make this club. 4.7 ERA in 2019. 51 2/3 innings pitched. He's coming in and he'll face, looks like Contreras will stay in the game as the designated hitter. Contreras has been lauded for his bat. But last year only hit 215 with 8 home runs, 23 RBI, and struggled mightily behind the plate. Here's the first pitch. Taken at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. You have to figure he'll be the first one back to the minors when the rosters shrink in May. 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball for a strike just outside, kissing the black on the knees, and it's 0-2. Nice pitch by Posh. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and it swung on and rolled over softly to shortstop, picked up, flipped over to first, and we quickly won out in the Atlanta 7th. Tampa will not play opening day. Their season begins Friday against the Baltimore Orioles. And that game will be at home. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Ozzie Albies, and first pitch to Ozzie Albies, excuse me, and it's fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Ozzie 0 for 3. 2 flyouts. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's a fastball outside the zone, high and away. It's 1-1. One pitch to Ozzie, and it is a fastball outside the zone once again. It's 2-1. Love to see Ozzie be a guy who takes more pitches this year. Known to swing very early in the count. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and a bad swing and a bad ball. Fouls it back against the screen, and it's 2-2. You'd like to see him wait for something that's his on a 2-1 count. And the hope is, with the changing of the guard in the clubhouse, here's the 2-2 pitch to Ozzie Albies, and it is a fastball at the knees, way below the knees. It's 3-2. A lot of folks are hoping that Ozzie becomes a little more of a patient hitter. Remember, they all looked up to Freddie, and Freddie was a early ambush, the first pitch guy. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and he fouls it off his foot. We'll do it again at 3-2. And it worked for Freddie for the most part. But these younger batters, the Acuñas and the Albies, they're going to take their lead from him, and you hope that now. Here's the 3-2 pitch, swung on and out of the zone, but he swings and hits it anyways and rolls it over to short. Quick flip over to first, and Ozzie's out by about a step or so, and there's 2 away. The talent is definitely there for Albies, Acuña, and whatnot. You'd just like to see them be a little more of a patient hitter. And you would think that would come with the seasoning and now a championship under their belt. Here's the first pitch to Matt Olson. He stays in the ball game. It's a fastball high and up around the eyes over the plate. It's 1-0. Atlanta 6, Tampa Bay 1. Fastball called for a strike. And it's 1-1. One pitch, and it is swung on and fouled away high in the zone. It's 1-2. Matt Olson with the sweet compact swing there from the left-hand side of the plate. From the Atlanta area, You hope he gets off to a hot start. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is swung on and ripped into right field for a single. Matt Olson's on again. And there's 2 away with 1 on in the Atlanta 7th. Lugbauer is going to come in and pitch run for Olson, so I believe his day will be over. Nice piece of hitting for Olson. 3 for 4 on the day. Here's the first pitch from Posh to Riley, and he swings and pops it out of play. And it's 0-1. Astros have a reliever in their ball game in right now. Last name of Cabos, C-O-B-O-S. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is outside the zone. Taken for a ball. It's 1-1. He can't be more than 5'6", 5'7" at the very most. For a second, I thought they had Jose Altuve out there pitching for the Astros. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Riley, and fouled back up against the screen. It's 1-2. You don't see a lot of short pitchers out there. It's usually a disadvantage, but some do make it work. Stroman comes to mind. This kid is shorter than Marcus Stroman. He's got to be. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it is a fastball outside the zone, high and away. It's 1-2. Two pitch and another high outside the zone. It's now 3-2. Three-two pitch to Austin Riley. Runner on first. 2 away. The runner will be going. Here's the throw, and it is way and outside the zone. High, taken for a ball. There's now runners on first and second. With 2 away, Cowan's going to come in and pitch run for Austin Riley. So Riley's day is done. That should bring the bat of Marcell Ozuna. Tampa Bay managers come out to the mound to calm Posh down. There is action in the Tampa Bay bullpen. And it's Molina. Saw him earlier in the spring. So Marcell Ozuna is going to be the batter. Here's the first pitch by Ozuna, swung on and popped up weakly into shallow center field, and that'll do it. We head to the bottom of the 7th. The Braves lead Tampa Bay 6-1.
Cheeseburger.
It was a homeless woman, wasn't it?
It was a homeless woman, yeah. He said that he had to give his kidnappers $500, so he gave her his credit card to go get him $500 and whatever, because none of it turns out that probably wasn't true.
You know what this sounds like to me? It sounds like Allensby got all liquored up and paid a homeless woman $500 to roll around under the bridge with him.
Well, that is exactly what I think happened, because now they got 2 guys coming out saying that they found him unconscious on the side of a road and that they weren't kidnapping him, but he kept yelling at them that, "Do you know who I am? Give me back my wallet. I'm worth $1 million."
Turned out he wasn't in a wine bar; it was a strip club. So let's say what really happened here. We've all been there. Well, at least I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I've been there, and
yeah, I don't know if everybody's been under a bridge with a homeless woman giving her $500 after chugging down the line. I've been in similar instances, but I'm not going to say I've been there. First of all, it takes a lot less than $500. Okay, buddy. That's where you got taken right there from the jump.
Armchair.
I declare bankruptcy!
Got lost in the game, in the ballpark, the people, the color, sounds, smells, and it's a passion. It's a very, very big part of my life. Sometimes I like to be 11 years old. I like being part of something that's bigger than me. It's good for your soul to invest in something you can't control.
You're a romantic. You have a lyrical soul. You can love under the best and worst conditions.
Welcome back to Atlanta Braves baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 6-1. And Colin McHugh is going to go back out for a second inning. A little surprised by that. 16th pitch of the afternoon. And it's 0-1 to Castellanos. See how long they keep McHugh in the game for. It's realistically the right-handed setup man out of the pen now with Luke Jackson gone. 0-1 pitch is fouled out of play, and it's 0-2. So Darnode, Pena, and Contreras will be your catcher. Swanson, Albies, Riley, and Olson will be your infield with Orlando Arcia coming off the bench come opening day. Here's a fastball outside the zone, taken for a ball, and it's 1-2. 1-2 pitch by McHugh. Looks like a changeup, swung on and popped up, and that ball's got eyes. It's going to drop in between center and left field, and runner on first to start the seventh for Tampa Bay, trailing 6-1. Rosario, Duvall, Ozuna, Alex Dickerson, who we have not seen today because it was a lefty starting, so they gave him the day off. And Heredia will be your outfield. Here's the first pitch by McHugh. And it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate, taken for a ball, and it's 1-0. Oh, 0-1 pitch to inside, fouled back up against the screen, and it's now 0-2. Braves 6, Tampa Bay 1. Runner on first, and swung on, fouled back out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Nobody out. Runner on first for Tampa Bay, down 5, trying to get back in the ball game. And here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on, and strikeout for Castillo. He'll go to the dugout, and that'll bring Pinto, the catcher, up to the plate. Pinto is in for Zunino, who exited about an inning or so ago. And it looks like that's going to be it for McHugh, maybe. Why they just had him come out here and pitch a couple of pitches. I'm sure they wanted to see a couple of things. So we're going to get a pitching change. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Out there. Nobody's talking. Everybody.
Welcome to the jungle. Jim Rome on the air, noon to 3 Eastern, only on CBS Sports Radio.
I'm sorry, excuse me 1 second. Hello?
Hi, would you be interested in switching over to TMI long distance service?
Oh, gee, I can't talk right now. Why don't you give me your home number and I'll call you later?
Well, I'm sorry, we're not allowed to do that.
Oh, I guess you don't want people calling you at home.
No.
Well, now you know how I feel.
Harry Wright, a former center fielder for the Knickerbocker Baseball Club, believed there were big profits to be made in baseball. And in 1869, he assembled the very first professional team, Cincinnati Red Stockings. Only one of Wright's Red Stockings actually came from Cincinnati. Most were young New Yorkers, 19 or 20 years old. Wright drilled them in the fundamentals, insisted they be silent and businesslike on the field, and dressed them in knickers to boost their running speed.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 6-1. And McSteen comes to the mound, lefty. So you're starting to see some guys that will not be with the team come onto the scene now, and that'll pretty much be what tomorrow's game will be. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it is fouled back out of play, and it's 0-2. Oh-2 pitch to Pinto, and fastball, and it's sent back into center field, dropped down for a base hit, and there's runners on first and second with one away. Braves 6, Tampa Bay 1. Runners on first and second, one away. That'll bring up the bottom of the order. Lopez steps in. Lefty versus righty matchup. First pitch is a slider inside on the knees, and it's 1-0. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a slider inside. Is that taken for a ball? Looks like it did, and it's 2-0. The Braves getting a little sloppy here. 2-0 pitch to Lopez from McSteen. And fastball swung on and popped up out of play. It's 2-1. The dog days of spring training, trying to get to that finish line. Opening day is Thursday. And here's the 2-1 pitch from McSteen. Looks like the slider swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 2-2. What you do get to see at this point, if you're especially Braves personnel, is you get to see how your minor league guys are going up against Tampa Bay's minor league guys. And Tampa Bay's got one of the better minor league systems in baseball. The Braves did until all the trades they've made recently. It's kind of, here's the 2-2 pitch, and it is swung on and popped up high and into fairly shallow right field. Catch is made, but the runner's going to tag up from second and make it to third. You'll have runners on the corners, 2 away. I don't know if this is real game action. If you're down 6-1, bottom of the 7th, you're down 5 runs if you'd be tagging up. But it is spring training, so let them play. It's going to bring up Simon, second baseman, who came in for Lau midway through the game. Righty versus lefty matchup. Simon of small build. Here's the first pitch, swung on and rolled over to short, easily flipped over to second for the force out, and that'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash. The Braves, top of the 8th inning, lead at 6-1.
Sit short. I'm not playing your stupid game.
You can't go cheap on the TP. So I'm going to throw the honorable mention of diapers. You can go to a lesser name brand, and there's a median there. Store brand diapers, garbage. You will have more blowouts and cleanups than you will know what to do with.
Are you willing?
It is not worth saving the dollar.
Are you willing to go to cloth diapers to save money?
No.
Does anybody still do that? What a terrible idea.
Yes.
Do they?
There are people. Yes.
That's such
and
a
they need
terrible
hug me
idea.
jackets. They have lost their mind. There's no way I would process that thing through my washing
Why would I want?
and then ever wear anything out of it again.
I mean, if someone drizzles on my shoes in the men's room, I'm throwing them out. I don't want a full-blown episode and go, well, we can reuse those. Don't throw them out. Who came up with that idea?
Armchair.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
For the first time, to the shock of the baseball community, he paid each player a salary. The highest paid was Harry's brother George, the shortstop, who received a considerable sum of $1,400 a season, 7 times the average working man's wage.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. It's that time of the game where we go ahead and hit the birthdays. Born on this date in 1888, Tris Speaker, the Golden Eagle, 3-time World Series champion, 1912 AL MVP, 1,882 runs, a 345 batting average, good for 6th all-time, the Gray Eagle. Born in 1888. Gil Hodges was born in 1924. Of course, of Brooklyn Dodger and Los Angeles Dodger lore. Won the World Series in 55, 59, and 69. Here's the first pitch. And it is grounded over to the right-hand side. Easy flip and playable from 3-1 put out. Fierson has came into the game for the Tampa Bay Rays. Scott Rowland is 47 years old today, 316 home runs. And Cameron Maben, 187 stolen bases all time, 35 years old today. Here's the first pitch, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch is in the dirt, and it's now 0-2. Pitch to Franklin and taken for a ball that is really close. Have easily been a strike. And it's now 1-2. Franklin, right fielder, in for Rosario. Michael Harris is now in center field for Duvall. Here's the 1-2 pitch taken for a ball, and it's 2-2. Estrada has came in for Darnaud. He stands on deck. And Waddell is the shortstop for Dansby Swanson. So full platoon action here. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Franklin, and it's a fastball on the outside part of the plate. Got him. Strike 3, and there's 2 away. On this date, 1937, Byron Nelson wins the Masters, his first of 5 majors. And in Braves history, on this date, 1974, Hammer and Hank Aaron ties Babe Ruth for 714 home runs all time in Cincinnati, Ohio. Here's the first pitch inside, and it's taken for a ball. It's 1-0. Roosborough Estrada batted .205, 7 home runs, single A in 50 games last year, getting a chance to show Snicker what he can do. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is called for a strike at the knees. It's 1-1. We all know what a grind 162 game season is, especially this year with you're going to have added double headers and whatnot, squeezing in those first 6 games. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is swung on and missed at the knees, and it's 2-1. So you never know which one of these guys will end up with the big farm later in the season. Typically go through around 50 players in a season. Now they've changed it back. It's now 1-2 pitch, and it's outside the zone, taken for a ball. It's 2-2. I thought it was 1-1, but they had changed it on the monitor. I thought maybe they had made a mistake. So reset here. 2-2 pitch, 2 outs for Estrada. Harrison fires and delivers. It's a fastball popped up high, easily playable into right field, and squeezed for the 3rd out. And we'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Atlanta leads Tampa 6-1.
And I gotta tell you, fellas, you have got what appears to be a dynamite sound.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
But there's a tier level of like college and adult life, and I'm not going back to the college level tier. You can't go, this isn't walking back into my fridge. Not ever happening again.
Well, no, but
ice at that.
But if I'm somewhere, okay, Busch Light I can deal with. Natty Light, no. Natty Light, I don't even feel like it's, I don't know. Natty Ice, definitely not. That's just a headache in a can. But when I say cheap beer, like stuff that's not, the upper echelon, I'm talking about your domestics. I can live on a domestic. I don't have to have the hippest, $15 for a 6-pack beer. I'm fine with.
Oh, definitely. I mean, heck, let's face it. After the first 2, they all taste the same after that.
Well, yeah, and if you're going to drink all day, I'm not trying to mess around with the double IPAs and porters and stuff like that. Dude, you're about to go to a dark place.
Armchair.
The Red Stockings finished their first season with a record of 65 wins and not a single loss. They also managed to turn a profit for their investors, $1.39. The city that had once prided itself on the stockyards had become the baseball capital of the country, and the Red Stockings spread the gospel from New York to San Francisco, traveling on the just completed Transcontinental Railroad.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead Tampa Bay 6-1 on this Monday afternoon. Appreciate you joining us. Last couple of innings of Braves spring training. They are set to play tomorrow, but most of your starters are not expected to be in that game. Get to that here in 1 second. Here's the first pitch from McSteen to Johnson, who's into the game, and it is winding from foul to fair territory into right field. Lugbauer twists back and makes the play. Difficult play against the wind and in the sun, and there's one away. Tomorrow, Tampa Bay and Atlanta again at 1:05 Eastern. Atlanta scheduled to be the home team there. Here's the first pitch, and it's on the outside and inside part of the plate, and it's 0-1. 0-1 pitch from McSteen to Pye, and swung on and grounded over to short, fires it over to first, hustling all the way up the line, but just beats him out by about a half step. There's 2 away. Nice hustle out the box for number 64. He was flying down the line. Third baseman Alejandro Pye, just 20 years old, from the Dominican Republic. Here's the first pitch to Alvarez, and it's low and outside. It's 1-0. 1-0 pitch to Alvarez, and it's popped up, easily playable into right field, and that'll be the third out. So we'll head to the 9th inning. The Braves lead it 6-1.
You couldn't figure out the World's theory for yourself? It's just common sense. Anybody knows you got to keep your worlds apart. George is getting upset.
I'm going to go, and I guess to hone it in, I was going to say chemicals, but cleaning supplies.
Okay, yeah, I like it.
You can go cheap on them. You can buy a store brand. Doesn't clean to your satisfaction. Just add a little more to it.
What you and I have told the American public today is there's certain things that you don't want to go cheap on, but if it comes down to your health or your cleanliness, you're fine with it.
Armchair.
Take the scenic route in the new Hyundai Santa Fe, the family SUV with available H-Track all-wheel drive to help you travel way off the beaten path. Find new adventures together in the Hyundai Santa Fe.
We sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Every magnate in the country is indebted to this man, Harry Wright, for the establishment of baseball as a business. and every patron for furnishing him with a systematic recreation. Every player is indebted to him for inaugurating an occupation by which he gains a livelihood, and the country at large for adding one more industry to furnish employment, sporting life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jose Lopez is in, top of the ninth inning, left-hander, 5.06 ERA, 74 innings in single A for the Tampa Bay Rays. Your single A's have not quite gotten going yet, as minor league baseball, double and triple A, are starting to begin around the country. So that's why you're getting a lot of single A guys at this point. Braves want to keep them stretched out, and they also want to see some guys, and they want to give some of their guys a break. So we're waiting for him to finish up warming up. Braves lead at 6-1. Final inning, realistically, until opening day. Opening day is Thursday, 8:08 Eastern time. We'll have the call. Me and the guys will be here. We're going to come on an hour early to do a opening day pregame show. Here's the first pitch by Lopez, outside, called for a ball. It's 1-0. 1-0 pitch from Lopez to Waddell, and he takes it low and away. It's now 2-0. This game's moving a lot faster than a lot of the other spring training games I've done so far. Most of them have been taking well over 3.5, almost 4 hours. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it swung on and hit down the left field line, and it's 2-1. Tell guys are just ready to get going. If you missed it earlier, Ian Anderson left the game early. Possible blister on his finger. Try to get an update for that here soon. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it's inside, almost hits Waddell. He spins out of the way, really close to the face. Scary pitch, and it's 3-1. Three-one pitch, fastball, fouled out of play. We'll do it again at 3-2. See, MLB's got power rankings out. Isn't this a joke? Here's the 3-2 pitch. And way outside, and the Braves have their leadoff runner on. So Waddell heads down to first. Here are the MLB power rankings going into the season. No shocker. Everyone's got the Dodgers going undefeated and winning it all. They're ranked number 1. Blue Jays 2. White Sox 3. Milwaukee is 4th. Tampa Bay is 5th. The Yankees are 6th. Astros 7, and then Atlanta comes into 8th place. Rounding out the top 10 is San Francisco and the Padres. So the defending World Series champs. Here's the 0-1 pitch, and it's inside. Almost, that one almost clips Contreras. It is 1-1. William Contreras staying into DH. They'd really like to get his back going. He really hasn't shown much this spring. Here's the 1-1 pitch, swung on and hit high into center field, but it's going to drop quickly, and runners on first and second. Tampa Bay's outfielders were playing very far back. I think he got some top spin on that ball to just get it to drop that quickly. Defense was nowhere near the ball, and so there's runners on first and second, nobody out. I don't see how you can have the Tampa Bay Rays, the New York Yankees, the Astros for that matter, how all of these teams can be ranked in front of Atlanta, including Milwaukee, who Atlanta took out in the playoffs, the Dodgers, who Atlanta took out in the playoffs, the Astros, who Atlanta took out in the playoffs. And the only thing that's really different for the Atlanta Braves this year is they lost Freddie Freeman, but they gained Matt Olson. Here's the 1-0 pitch, swung on and popped up out of play, and it's 1-1. So you're telling me you gain a first baseman that is 4.5 years younger with 8 more home runs and almost 30 more RBIs and a Gold Glove, and that's going to drop you from number 1 all the way to number 8. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it is called for a strike, and it's 1-2. I can't imagine the Luke Jackson injury had that big of a effect on these rankings. Here's the 1-2 pitch, and it swung on and rolled over to third. Thought about trying to turn 2, but instead Pye's going to step on to third as he stumbled a bit, and there'll be runners on first and second with 1 away. And even if you give the argument, okay, this is a new year. Okay, I get that. And I can almost buy into a couple of these teams, but the Braves not in the top 5 it's laughable. But they'll just have to go out there and do it again like they did it last year, prove everybody wrong. Lugbauer takes the first pitch, and it is way outside the zone. Slider almost got away, and it's 1-0. One 0 pitch to Lugbauer, and it's a fastball piped right by him, swung on and missed, and it's 1-1. Six-1 Atlanta, 1-1 count. Runners on first and second. Here's the delivery, and it is a slider outside the zone taken for a ball. It's now 2-1. Lefty versus lefty matchup. Two-one pitch. Runners on first and second, 1 away, and it's a fastball at the outside part of the plate. Looks like a mid-90 fastball, and that's tried to frame it, but it's now 3-1. Tigers and Blue Jays. Are in action today. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and it is a fastball off the plate, and it's now, nope, they're going to call it a strike. It's 3-2. Kind of a questionable pitch there, and Lopez also lost his balance coming off the mound, but he's okay. Here's the 3-2 pitch, and fastball at the knees off the outside part of the plate, and taken for a ball. And that'll load the bases. 1 away. A little bit of a powwow at the mound. And now Tampa's pitching coach is coming out. $19 pitches into the outing here for Lopez. Don't know if he has a pitch count or not, but it doesn't look like he's coming out of the game. Lopez has kind of a odd glove. It's almost like a Miami Dolphin type turquoise. So it's kind of in the theme of the Rays, but the colors don't quite match up. But I don't know if I've ever seen a glove of that color. So that's going to bring up Jordan Cowan, third baseman, 258 with 4 home runs and 24 RBIs in Double-A last year. Lefty versus lefty matchup. Fastball swung on up around the eyes and missed. And it's 0-1. On this date, 1911, here's the 0-1 pitching in the dirt, taken for a ball, almost got away from the catcher, and it's 1-1. On this date, 1911, so 111 years ago today, the MVP award was introduced. Given to Ty Cobb of the Tigers. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and it's inside for a ball, almost hits Cowan, and it's 2-1. Ty Cobb of the Detroit Tigers wins the first AL MVP, and Frank Schultz of the Chicago Cubs wins the first National League MVP. I do find it interesting that they waited until the spring to vote in the MVP from the year before. Here's a 2-1 pitch, and it is fastball inside, fouled off and out of play, and it's 2-2. Rays do have action in the bullpen. I'm sure they don't want to have to try to use another arm. They're trying to get to the end of a spring training game. We'll see what happens here. Here's the pitch, swung on and hit into left center field. That ball's going to drop and get down. 1 run will score. It looks like 2 runs will score. Nice piece of hitting by Cowan. And it's 8-1 Atlanta, top of the 9th inning. Cowan just went with the pitch that was on the outside part of the plate, stepped into it, and went with it. And if the ball had a little more gusto on it, would have split the outfielders. So Atlanta leads at 8-1. They are leaving Lopez in. Here's the first pitch, swung on and popped up out of play. And it's 0-1, excuse me. Michael Harris is in the game now. 0-1 pitch to Harris and swung on and missed over the top, and it's 0-2. This is Trey Harris. Not to be confused with Michael Harris. Michael Harris, I believe they've optioned him already. I believe he's down in AAA already. Here's the 0-2 pitch, swung on and ripped to the left-hand side. Way foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. Runners on first and second, 1 away. Trey Harris at 247, 8 home runs in Double-A last year, 317 OBP with 50 RBI. Good, solid outfielder, but Michael Harris is the 20-year-old phenom that most are saying could be the next great star in the Braves farm system. It's one of the reasons why Atlanta did not go out and put big money into outfielders this year, because they are expecting Harris to be up with the club maybe as early as late this year, but definitely by next year. Here's the 1-2 pitch, to Trey, and he pulls out one foul again. It's 1-2. Michael was the one that was famously quoted by it. Famous quote by Chipper Jones saying he thought that he would be as good as, if not better than, Acuna, and that is a mouthful. I got to see that to believe it, but he is a great prospect nonetheless. Here's the 1-2 pitch, swung on and missed, and strike number 3. Looks like he tipped it, but the catcher was able to hold on, and there's 2 away. Nice job of holding on to that if that ball was tipped. Looks like he just got barely a piece of it, and great job holding on to that. So 2 on, 2 out. And now here is Michael Harris. He is still with the club. I thought they had sent him down. So here's the phenom that everyone's talking about. First pitch is in for a strike, and it's 0-1. Lefty versus lefty matchup. Harris just 20 years old. They don't want to rush him for a lot of reasons. Basically, you don't want to ruin his development. Here's the 0-1, and nope. Going to call time for a second. Looks like Harris might have had something in his eyes. So he's wiping his brow and getting back to it. The future of Braves outfield baseball at the plate right now. Here's the 0-1 pitch, swung on and just got a piece of it. Fouled there at the plate, and it's 0-2. You got to figure if everything goes right for Trey Harris, Michael Harris, even I'm doing it. Opening day 2023 would be a realistic sighting for him. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and swung on, strike 3, fastball right down the pipe. Couldn't keep up with it. Looked for off speed. We're going to go to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Braves lead at 8-1. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball.
Isn't that just like a wop? Brings a knife to a gunfight.
Armchair Quarterbacks on YouTube Live. We cover Braves baseball, Red Sox, Yankees, Rays, Cubs and Cardinals, and the rest of Major League Baseball every day. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
My number 3 that I can't go cheap on, cereal.
Oh, yeah. There's a couple of kinds that you can do, but if you're talking about, like, don't ever try to do the generic Frosted Flakes.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like soggy before you even pour the milk on it.
It's before you even open the bag. It's soggy. You're like, how'd that happen? It came with its own liquid.
Armchair.
Baseball has fallen. Yes, the national game has become degraded. At certain match games, large amounts of money changed hands among the spectatorate. A noted New York club is said to have sold the results of a match. Barred chins and broken fingers may be easily mended, but a disfigured reputation will never be entirely repaired. Once more, abandon the bat, boys, if you cannot keep the game pure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 8-1. finishing up this last spring training game broadcast, and who doesn't like a little bacon? Troy Bacon comes into the game. 31 games, 3-1 record, 2.79 ERA in Double-A. Right-hander. Update on Ian Anderson. Looks like it was a blister on his toe and not his hand. Here's the first pitch, and it is popped up high, easily playable at second base. Can't corner off the shelf, and it's one away. Here's the Castellanos is coming up now. He's 1 for 1, a single in the 7th inning. There's some conflicting reports. One report is saying it's a blister on his hand, and the Atlanta Braves website, the Atlanta Braves Twitter account, says that it's a blister on his toe. So we'll wait for confirmation on that. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it is swung on and popped up high, easily playable into left field, and there's 2 away. Braves just 1 out away from another win. Here's first pitch from Bacon, and it is looks like a changeup high and outside the zone. It's 1-0. Castillo, the batter. 1-0 pitch. Bacon working fast, and it's outside the zone. It's now 2-0. You can see some of these guys who have pitched only in the minors with those pitch clocks they've implemented. Here's the 2-0 pitch, and it's swung on and fouled down the right-hand side, and it's now 2-1. Now Bacon steps off for a second or gets a new ball. Fleming went 3 2/3 with 2 earned runs and a strikeout for Tampa. Here's the 2-1 pitch, and it is a changeup inside. Called for a strike. It's 2-2. Tampa down to its last strike. The crowd starts to dissipate. Here's the 2-2 pitch. The batter steps out here. He's finally ready. 2-2 pitch swung on and hit high and deep into left field, going back, and that ball is creamed. Castillo knocks it out of the park, and it's 8-2 Braves. May seem insignificant, but the run line today was 9.5 runs. So if you took the over, that home run got you a payday. That ball was just absolutely hammered. Perfect timing. Here's the first pitch, and it is swung on, popped up. Easy can of corn over to shallow right field. Second baseman's underneath it. He'll squeeze it, and that'll end the game. Your Atlanta Braves win at 8-2 off some hot bats in the early part. We get ready for opening day. We will be back Thursday, 8:08 Eastern. First pitch. The pregame show comes on at 7. For all the guys and gals for Armchair Quarterback YouTube channel and Armchair Quarterback Radio, I'm Mac McGee. Braves are winners, 8-2.
Frazier, wait a minute. Do you think you can get me a tape of the show?
What on earth for?
Well, how often do you get to hear your son on the radio?
I'm on the radio every day. Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks.
It could be like a government conspiracy, but it also could be something like, Bigfoot. What's your number one?
We never went to the moon. I don't believe it. I think it's a hoax.
All right.
They filmed it in a studio. Why didn't we ever go back?
All right. The crazies is coming out in us today. I'll see that and I'll raise you Area 51. I think there's little Martians and everything running around out there, and I think we're hiding something. We're hiding something out there. There's too many accounts of too many things that go wrong, and don't keep on telling me that it was a balloon that went by. The balloons aren't that big, okay? They don't go by that often. It's a little strange we haven't seen one in the last 30 years since technology's gotten better. There's been too many times where they've interviewed guys who were out there and they say, when they ask them, can you say what you've seen? And he goes, no, I'm sworn to secrecy. Well, why are you sworn to secrecy if nothing happened out there? Something went down.
Armchair.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
On February 2nd, 1876, at Manhattan's Grand Central Hotel, a group of club owners, eager to tighten their control of the game, restore its respectability, and most of all, to ensure greater profits, started a new association. They called it the National League of Professional Baseball Clubs.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
I'm not audible. How audible? I'll use.
Red Polly, Blue Poncho, Dilly, Rambo, give me Kershaw here, Kershaw.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Japan, Richmond, New York, Richmond, Florida, Cali, Buffalo, check, hey, Short Ox, to the Raiders, Omaha.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
Hi, this is Britney Spears.
What up, this Jay-Z.
This is Jennifer Lopez. Armchair.
Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey and Tones Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, or all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Armchair Quarterback Radio, the gunslingers of sports talk.
And here's second-year quarterback Brett Favre out of Southern Mississippi by way of the Atlanta Falcons. They are hopeful he can succeed in the NFL. Here, Brett Favre, try this one. From the 35, 1977. Touchdown! Is there a spark of life in Green Bay? Touchdown! Yes! Danny Marino!
Here's Marino, wide open field, throws for a touchdown. It is number 37 on the season, breaks the all-time NFL record. Going deep and open. Touchdown, Mark Duper. Duper has returned, and he is super.
They are going to bring pressure again. Rodgers is going to roll away, throws it up in the air, says a prayer. Janice, does he stop it? Oh, please.
TGIF on the Armchair Quarterbacks. Justin Waller and Mac McGee are back at it 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern every Friday evening right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel and your local CBS Sports affiliates. We're talking the NFL, Major League Baseball, Southern football, so grab you a cold one. It's finally Friday on the Armchair Quarterbacks, 6 p.m. Eastern to 7 p.m. Eastern. Waller and McGee getting you ready for your sports weekend. Hey, baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2 with but one inning more to play. And then when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pale-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn proceeded, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single to the wonderment of all. And Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more, there rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley. It rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat. For Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'Twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eyes. A sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in haughty grandeur there. Close by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of the storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once the dun sphere flew, but Casey still ignored it, and the umpire said strike two. Fraud, cried the maddened thousands, and echo answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain, and they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is gone from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Thirsty Thursdays, it's the Armchair Quarterback Show. Joey Antone's Areola, Mac McGee, and the rest of the guys dropping by, talking baseball, football, and everything in between. Catch the Armchair Quarterbacks on Thirsty Thursdays, 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central. Hey Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel. Hey baseball fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel is going to bring you the baseball game of the week on Thursday nights. Tones Areola and Mac McGee bringing you the action, the biggest game of the week in all of Major League Baseball. That's Thursday nights. This baseball season, the MLB game of the week, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.